Sure thing. Did you know that the prototype's 1960 racing class was all about pushing the limits of speed and innovation? They actually raced some of the earliest experimental sports cars that looked more like jet fighters on wheels than traditional race cars. It was basically the Wild West of racing, where manufacturers were trying to outdo each other with crazy aerodynamics and super advanced engineering. So, in short, these cars were the original daredevils of the racing world, trying to see how fast they could go before the laws of physics caught up. Hey everyone! If you want to stay in the loop and maybe even join a team for the monthly challenge, just type !Discord in chat. A bot will pop up with a link to our server faster than a race car hitting the finish line. So go ahead, get in there and be part of the action. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that this channel is a labor of love and very expensive to keep rolling. Subscribing or cheering bits help support the stream and keeps the races coming. Subscribers get first dibs on joining those special events, so if you want to hop in on the action, it's a great way to do it. But don't worry, the stream is totally free to watch. Feel free to sit back, enjoy the chaos and cheer for your favorite AI drivers. Supporting is optional but super appreciated. Alright everyone, last call. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance, or you might end up with the last leftovers. Hurry up, and make your choice before it's too late. You don't want to be stuck with the awkward car that everyone laughs at, right? Welcome back, deplorable Apple. Glad to see you've returned just in time to witness some high-speed chaos on the track. Grab a seat and enjoy the race. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both cars are classic beauties from 1968, but the Porsche 908 Coupe has that legendary reputation for being a track beast. It's lightweight, aerodynamic, and designed for speed. The Alfa Romeo T33 Longtail is no slouch either, with its elegant design and racing pedigree. But it's more of a gentleman's racer, and might not have the raw speed of the Porsche. My money's on the Kaiju in the Porsche. It's built for racing excellence, and could just outrun the Alfa Romeo on that Indy track. But hey, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Maybe the Alfa will surprise us with some unexpected agility. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, big shout out to Amy for requesting this race. Thanks Amy. The race is kicking off now at Brands Hatch Indy, with Gina Jones in the pole position driving a slick 1966 Lola T70 mark on a Ford in the Prototypes 1960 class. Let's see some action. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Scott Dixon is right behind her in second place. Hishink is holding on to third, but I bet they're already eyeing those top spots. Abita Bloke just overtook Scott Dixon, and is now in second place. Hishink and a better bloke are battling closely for third. No changes at the front. Race remains intense. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Maya has climbed to sixth place. Rob Sizzle and Maya are nose to tail for sixth position. Looks like a fun little duel. Rob Sizzle just overtook Yoguinu Miracles for fifth place. Maya is right behind Rob Swizzle, closing in on sixth. The fight for sixth is heating up. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Deplorably Apple has also moved up 1 spot into 7th. Bean Streams is in 9th, also up 1 position. The race is heating up. Deplorably Apple and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. No for Life just slipped into 12th. Unclearly Gaming is also climbing up to 13th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 9th. Unclearly Gaming is now in 12th after a small push forward. Move for Life and Unclearly Gaming a nose to nose for 12th. Rob Swizzle is climbing to 7th place. Jordan F is gaining on Bean Streams, closing the gap by over a second. Sovi is up to 13th. Fishings and a Better Bloke are nose to tail for 3rd place. Jackal just gained a spot to move into the 13th position. Sovi and Jackal are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Unclearly Gaming and Jordan F are neck and neck for 11th place. Move for Life just snuck into 14th, climbing up 1 spot. Maya and Geoguy Numericals are nose to tail in 5th place. Amy just overtook someone to claim 8th. Unclearly Gaming is climbing to 11th, inching closer to the top 20. Maya and Geoguy Numericals are neck and neck for 5th place. Hingle Me Kringleberry just gained 1 spot to sit 15th. Hingle Me Kringleberry and New for Life are trading paint for 14th. Maya has just overtaken a car to move into 5th place. Amy has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Dio and Amy are nose to tail, fighting hard for 6th place. Sovi's on a tear, overtaking 16 cars to grab the lead. Scott Dixon and Sovi are now nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved up to 2nd. Rob Swizzle has climbed to 8th. Maya is charging up to 2nd place now. A Better Bloke is closing the gap fast, just 5.8 seconds behind. Jordan F is making a strong push, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 9th. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 9th place. Unclearly Gaming is now in 12th. Looks like some steady progress. Jordan F just sneaked into the 9th place, pushing Deplorably Bull down a spot. Nonstop for Life is closing in on Jackal, and looks eager to make that a real fight. The battle for 13th is heating up with Nawoo for Life and Jackal neck and neck. Amy slicing through the field, closing the gap on Fishins by over a second. Jordan F is climbing up to 8th place. Jordan F and Rob Swizzle are nose to tail fighting for 7th. Jackal is driving a 1966 Jaguar XJ13, a classic racing machine known for its sleek design and racing pedigree. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Gyogi Miracles is having a rough time, dropping back to 16. Maya is closing the gap on Gina Jones by over a second. Rock Swizzle is climbing up to 7th, gaining a spot. Gyogi Miracles is charging through the field, now in 2nd place, after overtaking 14 cars. Amy and Rob Sizzle are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Gina Jones is climbing to 2nd place. I am moving up to 3rd. Abeta Bloke is also advancing to 4th. The race is heating up. Fishings and Abeta Bloke are nose to tail for 4th place. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 7th, gaining 2 spots. Amy is now 7 places behind, probably wishing for a better day. Amy just made a bold move to take the lead from 14th place. Scott Dixon and Amy are neck and neck at the front. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Sophie is closing in on Gyogi Miracles, chopping down the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved into 2nd. And I've snuck into 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the top. Fishings just sneaks into the top 5. Unclearly Gaming and Jordan F are neck and neck for 8th place. Bean Streams and Milwaukee Life are trading paint for 10th. Jordan F is driving a Chaparral 2E from 1966 with a fastest lap of 53.636 seconds. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Rob Swizzle is climbing nicely to 5th place. Jordan F is closing the gap on Deplorable Leeple, not letting that lead get comfortable. Jackal is making the move to 11th place. Move for Life is making a bold move, climbing 12 spots to lead the race. Scott Dixon and Woo for Life are now nose to tail for the top spot. Hingle, the Kringleberry, is closing in on the Caillou, chipping away at the gap steadily. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved into 2nd. And I've just snuck into 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the top. Tiny Neona. Fishings is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 13th. Deplorable Apple and Rob Swizzle are neck and neck for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Jordan F is climbing up the ladder, moving into 7th place, making some progress. Fishings just blitz through the field to take the lead. Scott Dixon is not giving up easily. They're nose to tail in a close fight for 1st. Hey neighbor, welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI racing action. Beta Bloke is closing in on Rob Swizzle fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Scott Dixon just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Gina Jones is also climbing, grabbing second place and making the top 3 a little more interesting. Maya is currently in 5th place with a Chaparral 2E. Her fastest lap is 0:52.091, which is pretty competitive. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to catch the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1968 Alfa Romeo T33-2 Longtail. They're currently in the 12th place, just behind the leaders but not quite catching up yet. Looks like a long haul for them. Jordan F and a Better Bloke are neck and neck for 5th place. Gioguna Miracles and Hingle McCringleberry are trading pink for 12th. Jordan F is climbing up to 5th place. Better Bloke and Jordan F are nose to nose for 5th. Fishings is advancing to 13th. Fishings and Gioguna Miracles are nose to tail for 13. Meanwhile, New for Life and Gioguna Miracles are fighting hard for 14. Jackal is inching closer to Beam Streams for 9th place. They're really neck and neck now. Amy is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet. She's currently in the 16th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but needs a bit more speed to climb up. New for Life just overtook Gioguna Miracles and is now in 14th place. They're nose to nose, so expect some fireworks soon. Beam Streams just gained a spot and is now in 9th place. Jackal and Beam Streams are nose to nose for that 9th position. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 11th. Sylvie is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile, which is known for its lightweight design and vintage charm. Their race looks steady but not quite in the top tier, currently in 10th place and a bit behind the leaders. Fishings is driving a Lola T70 Mark Ani Ford from 1966. They're currently in the middle of the pack in 13th place, with a fastest lap just over 53 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Lakaiju is climbing up to 10th place. Fishing is catching Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. No for Life is right behind Fishings, also cutting down the distance by 1.6 seconds. Lakaiju is gaining on Beam Streams and is now just a few seconds behind. Fishing is hot on Hingle McCringleberry's tail, closing the gap rapidly. Rob Sizzle is in a Lola T70 Mark I from 1965. He's currently in 5th place, hanging around the top 5. His fastest lap is 0:51.817, so he's got some pace. Looks like he's staying competitive but not quite challenging for the lead. Unclearly Gaming is creeping up on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Le Caillou and Bean Streams are neck and neck for 9th place. Sylvie is driving a McLaren Elva Oldsmobile, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. Their race seems steady, sitting in the top 10, but they might need a little more speed to catch up to the leaders. Deplorably Able is driving a 1970 McLaren M6 GT, a car known for its sleek design and racing pedigree. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making much noise in the top spots. Looks like a quiet race for now. Maya is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just a few seconds now. Jordan F is inching closer to Rob Swizzle, less than a second behind. Deplorably Apple is catching up to a better bloke, closing in steadily. Rob Swizzle is inching closer to Maya, with a 1.3 second gain. Le Kaiju just jumped 2 spots to 8. Jackal is narrowing the gap on Bean Streams by 1.1 seconds. The pen battle between Jackal and Bean Streams is heating up. Maya is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a full second. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry has also gained 1 spot to 11th. Looks like Hingle and Jackal are locked in a tight battle for 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 9th place. Fishing is gaining on Bean Streams, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones is driving a Lola T70 Mark Oni Ford from 1966. She's currently in 2nd place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like she's pushing hard to stay ahead. Maya is closing in on Gina Jones, the gap shrinking by nearly 3 seconds. Looks like a move might be coming soon. A better bloke is catching Jordan F, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. No for Life is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. Looks like they're on the move. Le Kaiju is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Bean Streams is also up 1 spot, now 11th. Looks like Bean Streams and Jackal are about to have a showdown for 10th. Bean Streams just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. New for Life is closing in on Unclearly Gaming, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Jordan F is climbing up to 4th place. Fishing is also moving up to 13th. Looks like New for Life and Fishing are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Deplorably Able is inching closer to a better bloke, not quite ready to overtake yet. Fishing is gaining on Unclearly Gaming, but still has some ground to cover. Sylvie is closing in on Giovanni Miracles, looking to make a move soon. Robswiesel is now in 4th place, inching closer to the top 4. Jordan F. and Robswiesel are nose-to-nose fighting for that same spot. Inga McCringleberry is closing the gap on the Caillou, cutting it down by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless someone pulls a surprise. Gina Jones is driving a Lola T70 Marconi Ford from 1966. She's currently in 2nd place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like she's pushing hard to stay ahead. Sylvie's driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile, a classic mix of style and power. Looks like Sophie is holding steady in the top half of the field, but no major moves yet. Bane Streams is driving a 1970 McLaren M6 GT. They're currently in 8th place and have a decent lap time, but they need to pick up the pace if they want to catch the cars ahead. Unclearly Gaming is in the 12th position driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile. Their fastest lap is 0:53.551, so they're not exactly setting the pace but holding on. Looks like a steady but slow crawl. Scott Dixon is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. The Caillou is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap to just over a second. Sophie is hot on Giovanni Miracle's tail, closing in by a bit more than a second. Jordan F. is climbing to 4th place. The Caillou is narrowing the gap to Deplorable Apple by a second. Jordan F. is driving a 1966 Chaparral 2E, a car known for its innovative aerodynamics and mid-engine layout. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind Robswiesel and ahead of Deplorable Apple. Looks like they're holding steady but need a push to move up. Deplorable Apple is racing a 1970 McLaren M6 GT, which is known for its sleek design and balanced performance. They're currently in 9th place, just behind the top 10, with a fastest lap of 53.046 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but still chasing a few spots. Jordan F. just snuck into 3rd place, leading the others to fight for the crumbs. Deplorable and a Better Bloke are nose to tail for 6th. Looks like a battle of patience or pure luck. Amy is in the 12th place driving a McLaren Elva Chevrolet. Her fastest lap is just under 53 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Scott Dixon is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Now, looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. New for Life is driving a Ferrari 330 P4, a classic racing icon known for its speed and style. They're currently in 15th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Lukayu is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Beans Streams is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a little over a second. Amy is currently in the 12th place driving a McLaren Elva Chevrolet. Her fastest lap is just under 53 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the others. Deplorable is climbing up to 6th place. Lukayu is chipping away at Better Block's lead, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Amy is in a McLaren Elva Chevrolet, currently in the 12th place. Her fastest lap is just under 53 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the others. Scott Dixon is leading in a Lola T70 Mark I from 1965, starting second and setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's got the pace and position locked in. Lukayu is holding a narrow lead over Hingle McCringleberry. It's a close fight, but Lukayu's got the edge for now. Beans Streams is driving a 1970 McLaren M6 GT. They're currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 52.276 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Fishings is racing a Lola T70 Mark I Ford from 1966. They are currently in the 13th place and their fastest lap is just a bit quicker than some around them. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 9th place. Jacko is now 10th. Unclearly Gaming is catching Bean Streams fast, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Lukayu is driving a Porsche 908 ALH Coupe, a classic endurance racing car known for its lightweight design and speed. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots. Looks like a solid race so far. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on the victory. Looks like he's still got the magic touch at Brands Hatch. Wow, Scott Dixon really showed off today. Huge congratulations on winning the race. And look at that, he also snagged the fastest lap. Nice work. He's now in the running to claim that vintage 1965 Lola T70 Mark I day type. Honestly, who wouldn't want to add a classic like that to their collection? Well done, Scott. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over. So make sure to get your choice in before the race kicks off. Don't want to miss out on seeing your favorite AI-driven beast on the track. Sure thing. Did you know that WTC racing cars are designed to look like their street versions but are built to withstand some serious punishment? They actually have to go through a special homologation process to make sure they stay fair and consistent. It's like giving a regular car a superhero workout and still calling it a street car. Talk about a chic fitness routine. Alright. This is an interesting matchup. Both cars from 2007, but quite different in their reputations. The Peugeot 407 is known for being comfortable and somewhat practical, but not exactly a racing beast. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo 156 GT has a sporty reputation, with a bit more flair and performance in its DNA. Given the track and the cars, I'd probably put my money on Scott Dixon in the Alfa Romeo. It just seems like the kind of car that can handle the twists and turns better, and has a bit more adrenaline in its engine. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing, right? Let's see who takes the crown. Alright everyone. The race has just kicked off at the Huachilalim-Cordo track. Gina Jones is starting on pole position, driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla in the WTC class at Dian. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Gina Jones is leading the race right now, followed by Naibe in second place and Amy holding on to third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Naibe is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Tovi is climbing steadily to third place. New for Life is making moves up to sixth. Looks like New for Life and Hingle McCrinkleberry are locked in a close fight for fifth. New for Life is climbing up to 5th place. Icar 77 has advanced to 7th. Scott Dixon and Deplorably Apple are locked in a close fight for 11th. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Looks like Amy and New for Life are neck and neck for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2008 Volvo C30. Looks like they're holding a solid 5th place. Not bad for a Volvo. The race seems pretty tight behind the leaders. Sarah Teamlive is driving a 2004 Audi A4 and is currently in 14th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Siroti Miliv is driving a 2004 Audi A4. They're currently in 14th place, just hanging around the back, probably saving fuel or waiting for a miracle. Tylodrome's 31 is driving a Volvo C30 and is currently in the 9th place. Their fastest lap is just behind the leaders by about a second. Looks like a steady race for them so far. New for Life is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Scott Dixon is driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GT. He is currently in the 13th place and seems to be holding steady, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Air 77 is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla, starting from the 8th position. They're currently in 8th place, just behind Jackal, and ahead of Tylodrome's 31. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Car 77 is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 0:43.558, so they're holding a decent pace but still trying to find that extra edge. Maya is currently in 11th place with a time of 43.875 seconds. Her Lada Priora is not the fastest, but holding steady. Looks like she's trying to find her rhythm. Wow, Naiva just took the crown. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Naib on winning the race. You really tore through that circuit. And with the fastest lap, you get to claim the 2004 Audi A4 from WTC. That's quite the prize. Scott Dixon, you were the top of the bet race. Well done on claiming the 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Nice work there. And New for Life, you truly stole the show with the most overtakes. That's some aggressive driving. You can take home the 28 Toyota Corolla to top. Great job, everyone. The race was full of surprises today. Alright folks, time's almost up, so if you've been sitting on the fence, now's your last chance to pick your favorite car. Don't make me choose for you, because trust me, I'd pick the one that looks the coolest, and that's definitely not always the fastest. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Ooh, this is quite the lineup. The Ferrari F333 SPI from 2000 has a legendary reputation for speed and agility, especially on a track like Anneau Durand, where sharp turns are common. But then again, the Audi R15 TDI from 29 is a beast when it comes to endurance and consistent power delivery. If we're talking purely about raw speed and agility, I might lean towards the Ferrari pushing ahead in the early laps. However, the Audi's torque and stability could give it an edge in the later stages of the race. It's a close call, but I'd say the Ferrari has the slight upper hand if it manages to stay in front through the tricky corners. What do you think? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at an Oderine and Amy is on pole position. She's driving a classic 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960 in the LMP 900 class top tie. Let's see if she can hold that lead. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Big Boy Betts in second place, and Jackal holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to fourth place. Jackal and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for third. Ingrid is gaining ground, now in sixth. Deplorably Apple is on a roll, climbing 5 places to take the lead. Amy and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for first place. Maya is making the move, climbing 1 spot to 11. Scott Dixon is racing a Lola B1180 HPD from 2011. Looks like he's stuck in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but holding steady. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Big Boy Betts is closing the gap on Amy, inching closer to the lead. Jackal is maintaining 3rd but not giving up that position easily. Big Boy Betts is driving a 2000 Ferrari F3 started in 3rd and are currently in 2nd. So they're gaining ground. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay close to the leader. Sovi is climbing up to 13th place. Deplorably is catching. New for life. Fast, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Deplorable Apple is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. Looks like they started strong but are now stuck in 4th place, probably wishing for a little more speed. Scrooge Champ is driving a Lola Aston Martin B0960. They're currently in 5th place, so they're holding a solid middle ground but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Ingrid is closing in on Scrooge Champ, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Jade Silgaming is climbing 1 spot to 7. Exhaust 21 is also moving up 1 spot to 8. Sovi just nudged into the 12th place. Looks like Sovi and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 11th. Who's going to blink first? Gatsil Gumming is in 8th place with a 2009 Audi R15 TDI. They're running a solid race with the fastest lap, just slightly under 1:27. It looks like they're holding their own among the pack. Amy's leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. That view. Looks like he's in control, but the race isn't over yet. Screwchump is now in second place, closing in on the leader. King Root has climbed to fourth, just behind the top three. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to fifth, making it a tight battle in the middle. Jackal is really having a tough time, dropping 6 places to 14. Maya is climbing nicely up to 8. Blinkchiacot21 is also making progress, moving into 9th. Scrooge-a-Champ is gaining on, Amy fast enough to make her sweat. Maya just overtook someone and is now in 7th place, climbing the ranks. Edzos21 and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Deplorable Apple is climbing up to 15th. Edzos21 just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Maya is right behind, looking for a way past. Deplorable Apple is racing a Mazda B0986 from 2009. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time so far, and currently sitting in 14th place. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy really knocked it out of the park today. Congratulations on winning the race. You totally dominated the competition. And hey, since you also set the fastest lap, you get to claim the 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. That's quite a prize. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and stability at high velocities. Since Daytona Superspeedway is all about those long straightaways and banked curves, a car that can maintain incredible speed without losing control is key. Handling and aerodynamics come into play too, because you want a car that sticks to the track without wobbling all over the place. Acceleration isn't as crucial as raw speed and the ability to stay in the draft and make those high-speed passes. So, in a nutshell, the ability to go fast and stay steady is what matters most here. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to root for the coolest ride out there. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. Both cars are Dodge Vipers from 2016. But the Viper GTS has that sleek, aerodynamic design, and a slightly more refined setup, which might give it an edge in speed and stability. The ECR is known for its track-focused performance and aggressive handling, so it could surprise us if it manages to stick close in the draft. I'd say the GTS has a slight advantage because of its overall balance, but don't count out the ACR. It's a beast on a straightaway and could make some bold moves. But really, with AI racing, anything can happen. I'm leaning just a little toward the GTS, but this is anyone's race. Alright folks, New for Life is kicking things off from pole position in a 2014 Corvette Stingray, racing street cars from 2010 M. Let's see if the Corvette can hold its ground on this high-speed track. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Bean Streams in second place. Gina Jones is currently holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Bean Streams just overtook for the lead. New for Life and Bean Streams are nose-to-nose for first place. Zachary TV is climbing to fifth. Zachary TV and Roger Bar 302 are close for fourth. Prodigy Place 58 is on a roll, climbing to 13. Justanet is making a move to 17. Its Sorrow is pushing forward to 19. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon is making a quick climb, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Nugutsu has gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Taylor's Australia and Scorched Log are locked in a close duel for 6th place. The Velocito 14 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 6th place. Nugutsu is inching forward, now in 3rd. Roger Bear 302 and Zachary TV are nose-to-nose for 4th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Gina Jones is closing in Taknesty fast, chipping away at that gap. Nugutsu and New for Life are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Velocitor 14 is climbing up the field, jumping 2 spots to grab 4th. Some Bored Boy is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also on the move, now in 17th after passing 3 cars. Belthanity Beast is making progress too, now in 23rd after overtaking 3 cars. Some Bored Boy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to sit in 6th place. Move for Life is narrowing the gap to Beam Streams, closing in by a 1.5 seconds. Jackal has gained 2 positions and is now in 4th. Some Bored Boy just overtook 3 cars, and is now in 3rd place. Gina Jones is closing in on Taknasty fast, almost knocking on his door. Life is chipping away at Bean Streams, inching closer with every second. Gina Jones is closing in on Taknasty fast, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Life and Bean Streams are still neck and neck for the lead. Sunboard Boy is gaining on Life, closing the distance by over 2 seconds. Captain Trippy is climbing fast into 8th place. Amy is making moves and now sits in 14th. Sunboard Boy is on a roll, now leading the race in 1st. Bobardo and Jackal are nose to tail for 4th place. Rudderbar 302 and Bobardo are also close for 5th. Osktsarad is climbing up to 9th, making moves. Bobardo is making a charge for 2nd place. Maya is climbing up to 11th. Amy is right behind her in 12th. Captain Trippy just sneaked into 6th place. Oskitsarut and Bean Streams are nose to nose for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Zachary TV are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Rajaba 302 and Life are neck and neck for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to take 8th. Hingle McCringleberry and Bean Streams are fighting hard for 7th. Stanke is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Roger Bear 302 just gained 1 spot, still chasing the top 4. Captain Trippy is closing in on Life with a 1-second gap, and they're battling for 5th place. Windstorm is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Sovi is making a solid push, moving up 5 spots. Mootwolf is having a tough time, dropping 7 positions. Wow, some board boy just took the checkered flag. Guess boredom really fuels victory. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to some board Bowie on winning the race. That's some impressive driving, I must say. Now, for the exciting part, Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap, so you can claim the 2019 SSC Tuatara. Nice work pushing that car to the limit. And Amy, with the most overtakes, you get to claim the 2015 Koenigsegg. Ajera S. Looks like you both earned some pretty sweet ride. Well done, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Lime Rock Park is a tight, twisty circuit that demands precise steering and quick cornering. Sure, roll speed is fun, But if your car can't dance through those corners without a fight, you'll be losing time faster than you can say oversteer. So, a car with excellent suspension and balanced weight distribution would be my top pick for conquering this track. Wow, this is like a classic muscle car showdown straight out of a vintage movie. Naho Chaos is rolling in a Mercury Cyclone from 1971, which has that raw, nostalgic charm. Cirque Gaming is racing a Ford Torino from 1972, another icon with a bit of that rugged American muscle attitude. Honestly, both cars are pretty evenly matched in vibe, but the Mercury Cyclone has a slightly lighter frame, which might give it an edge on agility around Lime Rock's tight corners. The Torino is a little heavier and known for its straight-line power, so it could excel in acceleration in certain parts. If I had to throw my chips in, I'd say Naho Chaos's Cyclone might edge out just because of its agility on a track like Lime Rock. But hey, it's all going to depend on how each AI driver handles these classic beasts. Let's see who's got the better racing instincts. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Lime Rock Park with the NASCAR 1970 class, and New for Life is on pole, cruising in a vintage 1971 AMC Matador d'Artois. Buckle up, this is gonna be interesting. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Jackal in second and Mergutsu holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Jackal takes the lead and is now in first place. Scott Dixon moves up 2 spots and is now in second. New for Life and Scott Dixon are battling hard for second place, nose to tail. Murtwolf is climbing to 5th place. Jude Smokey A Blunt is making his way to 7. Cirque Gaming Knight is inching towards 10th. Looks like a little shuffle happening. Scott Dixon's car is an AMC Matador from 1971, starting in 4th. He's holding on to 2nd place, so he's probably not pushing too hard yet. Amy is in 9th place driving a 1971 Ford Torino.A. Looks like she's holding her ground but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is driving a Plymouth Roadrunner. She's currently in 6th place, holding her position well among the pack. Jackal is leading the race in a 1972 Ford Torino from 1970 NASCAR. Looks like he's got a good grip on the track and maintaining the fastest pace so far. Jude Smoke A Blunt is driving a Mercury Cyclone, currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Nonstop for Life is leading the race in a 1971 AMC Matador. Their fastest lap is just a hair slower than the 2nd place driver. Looks like they're holding strong at the front. Jude Smokey A Blunt is driving a Mercury Cyclone, currently in 8th place. They're just behind Maya and seem to be maintaining a steady pace with the fastest lap among Mercury Cyclone drivers. Looks like they're holding their own. Nakokawas is holding the fastest lap, but is in 13th place. Looks like he's quick but needs to find a way to move up. Amy is in the 9th position driving a 1971 Ford Torino. Her fastest lap is 1:1.841, which is the quickest among the Ford Torino drivers, so she's pushing hard. The classic NASCAR cars at Lime Rock are making for a tight race with close lap times. The track favors handling and agility over raw power, which is why the Mercury Cyclone and a MC Matador are holding their own against the Ford Torinos. Hingle McRingleberry is racing in an MC Matador, starting from the 12th position. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace but still trying to make moves. Wow! Jackal really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations on the win. That was some impressive driving. And Scott Dixon, you did the most overtakes today. You've earned yourself a classic 1971 AMC Matador from the NASCAR 1970 series. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Sportsland Sugo circuit, it would probably be the 2019 McLaren 720s GT3. It has the latest technology and most advanced aerodynamics among the bunch, making it a real race beast. Plus, it's known for its exceptional handling and speed, which are crucial on Sugo's twisty corners and long straights. Oh, it depends on the AI skill level, but generally speaking, I think this car would have a good shot at claiming the top spot. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered beauty takes the crown. Hurry up and get those selections in before the clock runs out. Oh, this is a tough one. Both of these machines are pretty slick, but I'd say the Lamborghini might have the edge here. It's got that aggressive aerodynamics, and that powerful V10 engine that can really scream on a track, like Sportsland Sugo. Zovi's Mercedes is no slouch, but I'd wager the Lamborghini has a slight advantage in agility, and maybe top speed. It's going to be close though. Really neck and neck. Ready to see some high-speed action. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack from pole position in his shiny 2014 McLaren 650SG at Sportsland Sugo Bot. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the competition will give him a run for his money. Quiz 44 has shot off the line into the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place, just ahead of Deplorably Apple, who's hanging tight in third. Looks like a close fight already. Gina Jones and Jackal are neck and neck for fourth place. Hermit Media and Hellskink are fighting hard for 12th. Nox Exodus and Hermit Media are also close for 13th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Sophie and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 6th. Jade Zalgaming is inching up to 14th. Abumzi is in 18th place with a Subaru Impreza WR XSTI. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Dr. Keeps Appleway is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 14. Jade Zelgaming is losing ground, dropping 7 places to 21. Hellskank is making progress, moving up 1 spot to 11. Jade Zelgaming is making a wild charge, climbing 20 places to take the lead. Quiz 44 and Jazel Gaming are nose to nose for first place. Deplorably Apple and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for third. Quiz 44 has just taken the lead, claiming first place. Deplorably Apple is closing in, climbing 2 spots to second. Jackal is making a move, moving up 1 spot to 4th. The battle for third between Jackal and Hingle McCringleberry is heating up, both jockeying for position. Sophie is right behind Scott Dixon now, just a car length away. Looks like a move might be coming. Scott Dixon better defend or Sophie will be passed in no time. Dicey Shines is gaining on Shot Skis quickly, less than a second now. Jade Gaming is in the 16th spot, driving a 2015 seat, Leon. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably fighting to move up or hold position. New for Life is currently in 10th place, driving an Audi R8 LMS from 2016. Their lap times are close to the leaders, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Dr. Keeps Appleway just overtook Zero Time Alive and is now in 13th place. They're nose to nose, so expect some fireworks soon. Zero Team Alive is climbing to 13th place. DTK Batesy Rogerts is closing the gap on Dr. Keeps Appleway, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Dicey Shans is moving up to 18th place. Deplorably Apple and Quiz 44 are neck and neck for first place. Amy and Naya are fighting hard for A. Dr. Keeps Appleway and Zero Time Alive are locked in a close duel for 13. Sophie is driving a 2015 Mercedes-AMG GT3. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap of 1:33.305. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Deplorably Apple is driving a 2018 Ferrari 488 GT3 Sprint, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like they're holding 2nd place comfortably, with the fastest lap of 1:30.71. Race seems smooth so far. Gina Jones and Sophie are neck and neck for 6th place. Dr. keeps Appaway. Just climbed 1 spot to 13. Dicey Shines is also up 1 spot, now in 18. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Sophie and Gina are still neck and neck for that spot. Shotskis is making a move, now in 18. Wow. Quiz 44 really took the checkered flag. Guess they were just too quick to catch. Wow. Congratulations to Quiz 44 for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive run. And a big shout out to Deplorably Apple for snagging the fastest lap and the most overtakes, earning that sleek 2018 Ferrari 488 GT3 Sprint. Seems like they've been busy out there on the track. Sophie, you also crushed it by winning the bet race and claiming the 2015 Mercedes-AMG GT3. Well deserved. So many winners today, I love to see it. Keep your engines hot, folks. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down, so make your pick quick if you want to see your favorite car in the race. Don't miss out on the action. Get those selections in before time runs out. Oh wow. This is a classic duel for the ages. We have Taknesty in that vintage 1967 Simca Rally 2, bringing some European flair, and Gina Jones in a 1966 Chevy Tahoe OSS, ready to bring American muscle to the mix. Given that the car's technicity might have a slight advantage on the twisty parts of Deep Forest Raceway reverse because of that lightweight rally car. But Gina's Nova SS, it's probably packing a lot more raw power, which could come in handy on the straights. If I had to make a call, I'd say the race could go either way, but I'm leaning towards Gina's Nova SS, pulling out a narrow victory thanks to that muscle car punch. Though don't be surprised if Technicity surprises us all with some slick driving and steals the win. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Deep Forest Raceway Reverse, and leading the pack is Scott Dixon in a classic 1963 Jaguar E-Type Light. Who knew vintage could still outpace the modern chaos? Scott Dixon has taken an early lead, Sylvie is holding strong in second, and Official Class Alive is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Technicity just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 7. Lux Ravenous and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 6th. Sophie is now in first place. Official Class Alive has moved up to 2nd. Tech Nasty is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Mission Man is climbing up to 10th place. Maya is inching closer to 12th place. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now 7th. Jekyll has moved into 11th. Lux Ravenous is driving a Fiat X19 Dallara from 1975 to Toy. Looks like they're holding steady in 7th place, not bad for a mid-pack position. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 3rd place. Scott Dixon and Official Class Alive are nose to tail for 2nd. Scott Dixon is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Official Class Alive and Dixon are nose to nose for that spot. Epic Sugar and Atherplasm are battling hard for 8th position. Amy is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Epic Sugar has just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Gina Jones is driving a Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS from 1966. She's holding steady in 6th place, so no dramatic moves yet. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Tack Nasty and Gina Jones are nose to nose for that spot. Mission Man is inching up to 9. Mission Man is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves. Tack Nasty advances to 3rd place. Amy climbs to 6th. Lux Ravenous and Amy are nose to nose for 6th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Sophie, closing the gap by a 2.1. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is also moving up one spot, now in 5th. Taknasty is holding a comfortable lead over Gina Jones. Gina's car is slower, so unless Taknasty makes a mistake, it looks like a straightforward win for him. Gina needs a miracle or a mistake from Taknasty to catch up. Taknasty is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Epic Sugar is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th, and Maya is making a move up 1 spot to 10th. Lux Ravenous is making a move up to 7th place. Maya is closing in on Mission Man, cutting the gap by just over a second. Sovi is leading in a 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR, a compact and agile car known for sharp handling. Looks like they're dominating the race so far, pulling ahead with consistent fast laps. Maya is climbing up to 9th place. Amy just nudged into 4th. Mission Man is now in 8th. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 3. Epic Sugar is making a move into the top 5. Amy is battling to regain some ground after dropping back to 11th. Taknasty is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Noel for Life is climbing up to 11th place. Jackal is moving up to 12th place. Wow, Sovi just took the win? Looks like they were on a whole different level today. Congrats on the victory! Wow, Sovi just took the win. Congratulations on that victory. You really drove like a legend today. As for the special prizes, Sovi also snagged the fastest lap. So they get to claim the classic 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR. And Maya, you pulled off the most overtakes today. So you get the 1971 Ford Falcon. Nice work, everyone. This race just got even more exciting. Alright, here's a little fun fact about Abyssy West track. Did you know it's often called the Drift Paradise? That's because it's basically a haven for drifting enthusiasts, with tight corners and long straightaways perfect for sliding around. It's like the playground for car maniacs, who love to show off their sideways skills. So, if you see a car wildly drifting through a corner, you know it's probably at Abyssy West having the time of its life. Hey everyone, time is running out. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one dominates the race. Oh wow, what a matchup! The Porsche Cayman S is known for its agility and sharp handling, especially on tight courses like Ibisu West. On the other hand, the Ford GT is a powerhouse with some serious straight-line speed, but might struggle a bit with the technical corners. I'd say Gina's Ford GT might have an edge if she can maintain momentum through the straights, but K-Flex with that Porsche could shine in the technical sections. Honestly, it's a toss-up. I'd probably lean towards Gina just because the Ford GT's raw power can sometimes make up for a bit of driving finesse. But then again, K-Flex's precision could keep him in the game. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, we're kicking off at Ibisu West with a classic 2000 streetcar on pole. Caffeinated car and a Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Let's see if that American muscle can hold its ground in this race. Caffeinated car is leading the pack, clearly fueled by something strong. Ingle McCringleberry's right behind, probably trying to find a way past. Bacon is in third, hanging in there but looking for an opening. Sovi and Bacon are locked in a tight battle for third place. Jackal has gained one position and is now in 8th. Indigo Peta has also moved up one spot, now in 10th. Sovi is making a move up to third place. Maya is climbing to 10th. Looks like Sovi's got some momentum. New for Life is in 7th place, driving an Aston Martin Vantage V600 from 1998. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. New for Life is in 7th place, driving an Aston Martin Vantage V600. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Lord Zackretsky and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Dixon just nudged ahead, but Lord Zackretsky isn't giving up yet. Aethaplasm is driving a 26 Volvo S60R. They're currently in 10th place, so not quite making the moves yet, but staying steady. Scott Dixon is driving a 2006 Audi R S4. He's currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. So he's not exactly making a splash, but not falling apart either. Caffeinated car is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls a miracle. The modern street cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track favors power and handling, which explains the close gaps at the top. The faster laps show some drivers are really pushing the limits. Maya is currently in 10th place with a 2005 Ford GT. Her lap time is solid, but she's slightly behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to move up. Sovi is driving a 2006 Audi RS4. which is known for its balanced handling and decent speed. They're currently in third place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like the race is going smoothly for them so far. Aetherplassen is driving a 2006 Volvo S60R, which is known for its turbocharged engine and sporty handling. Their race looks steady so far, sitting comfortably in the top 10 with a decent lap time. Aetherplassen is driving a Volvo S60R, which is known for its balance and turbocharged power. They're currently in 10th place, close behind the Ford GTs and just ahead of the Renault Clio. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Kia Flex is in 5th place with a Porsche Cayman S. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders. Fastest lap is a 1:14.495, so they're not pushing the limits yet. Indigo Pate is in the 11th place with a Mazda RX-7 Spirit R. He's just behind the Ford GTs and trying to catch up. Looks like he's got some pace but needs to find a gap. Kia Flex just moved up one spot to 4th. Indigo Pate is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for 12th. Aetherplassen is driving a Volvo 60R, which is known for its balance and turbocharged power. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Wow! Caffeinated car took the win. Looks like all that coffee really paid off. Congrats on the victory! Wow! Caffeinated car took the win. Well done. That was a solid drive. As for Sovi, great job on the overtakes. You get to claim the 26 Audi RS4, a real classic in the modern streetcar world. Looks like some good prizes today, everyone. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't let your favorite ride get snatched up by someone else. Wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. Deplorably, Apple is cruising in a 1969 Nissan R382, which is legendary for its endurance racing routes, but might be a bit of a dinosaur on a modern track. Meanwhile, Amy's in a 1970 Ferrari 712, which sounds like it might have a little more flair and speed tucked under the hood. Given the car's heritage, I'd say the Ferrari probably has an edge in agility and acceleration, especially on a tight track like Autodrome, most without the chicane. The Nissan is a beast, no doubt. But I'd put my chips on Amy and her more nimble Italian ride to cross the finish line first. But hey, with AI drivers, anything could happen. Maybe the Nissan's brute strength will surprise us all. Either way, I'm excited to watch these vintage beasts duke it out. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race is underway at Autodrome Most on this chicane-free track. Wolf's Light is starting strong on pole, piloting a classic 1974 Shadow DN4 in the Can-Am class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lid. Wolf's Light has taken an early lead. Scott Dixon is right behind in second place. And I, Maya, am holding on to third for now. The race is already heating up. Gina Jones and I are nose to tail for third place. New for Life is sneaking up one spot to fifth. Hingle, Nick Kringleberry and New for Life are locked in a tight fight for that fifth spot. Move for Life just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Gina Jones and New for Life are still neck and neck for that spot. Amy has climbed up to seventh, closing in on the pack. Gina Jones and Move for Life are neck and neck for fourth place. Lordse Crespi just snuck into 20th with a sneaky move. Gina Jones is climbing up to fourth place. Hingle, Mick Kringleberry and Move for Life are still neck and neck for fifth. Yester 133,796 is closing in on Rosaurus, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. They are now battling for 13th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Chazzy is now in 14th. Nimmer Pinkwolf is catching Gesterone 133,796, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on me, closing the gap by a full second. Looks like she's got her eyes on my tail. Kyosify just moved up one spot to 20, slowly climbing the ranks. Gabitha Minimac and Jackal are nose to tail for 10th place. Lordse Crespi is climbing up to 18th. Kyosify is also making moves to 19. New for Life is currently in 6th place, driving a 1974 Shadow DN4. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Girl of Diamond is racing a 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo in Group 5. They're currently in 12th place and haven't set a valid lap time yet, so it looks like they're still finding their rhythm. Scott Dixon is holding a solid second, but Wolf's Light is pulling away at the front. Dixon's got the speed, but he needs to find a way to overtake if he wants to win this. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Amy and getting closer with every second. Jackal is also closing in on Sovi, making the race more interesting. Hyosify's Greenwood Corvette GTX is running in 21st place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute 43 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Hyosify is driving a Greenwood Corvette GTX from 1978. They're currently in 21st place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The track's no chicane setup favors cars with straight line speed and stability. Wolf's Light is pulling ahead with a strong lap, while the Group 5 cars are struggling to keep up with higher lap times. Now Pink Wolf just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th place. Gesteron, 133,796. And Emmer Pink Wolf are nose-to-tail fighting for that same position. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Amy and closing the gap quickly. Jackal is creeping up on Sovi and making a move. Mimiwidar is inching closer to Gesteron 133,706, but still a bit behind. Deplorably Apple is quite behind and struggling to catch up with Amy, who's holding 8th place comfortably. Looks like Apple's got a tough fight ahead if they want to close that gap. Congratulations to Wolf's Light on the victory. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Wolf's Light. That was quite the impressive victory. You really drove through the competition like a pro. Now, for the drivers who earned some shiny new cars, Scott Dixon, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1974 Shadow DN4. That's quite the classic Can-Am beast. And Amy, since you won the bet race, the 1970 Ferrari 712 is all yours. Nice work, everyone! Here's a fun fact about the 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. It was one of the first Lamborghini models to be designed after Ferruccio Lamborghini decided to add a more refined Grand Touring car to his lineup. This car was built to compete with European luxury coupes, and was known for its stylish looks and smooth V12 engine. It's basically the car that helped Lamborghini make a name for itself in the world of high-end road cars, even before the Countach and Diablo became legendary. Alright folks, last call to pick your champion. Make those selections quick, before your favorite car gets left in the dust. Don't say I didn't warn you when your choice ends up in 8th place. Hey, I'm Insan and Noel Gaming. Glad you guys could make it back to the stream. We've got some crazy AI cars racing right now, so get comfy and enjoy the chaos. Thanks for coming back. It wouldn't be the same without you. Oh wow, this is quite the classic showdown. The Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray from 1967 versus the Shelby Cobra 427 from 1964. Both are legendary, but in a race at Sochi Autodrome, I'd say the Corvette might have a slight edge thanks to its more modern design and stability. The Cobra is a monster for straight-line speed but can be a bit tricky around the corners. So I'm placing my bets on Pumpkin Afflery and the Chevrolet. But hey, stranger things have happened, especially with AI driving. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Sochi Autodrome with a vintage twist. Scott Dixon is on pole, racing a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. So get ready to see some classic muscle in action against the modern supercars. Scott Dixon has shot off the line and taken the lead. Yakiraman is holding strong in second place. And right behind, it's me, in third, trying to keep up. Yakiraman takes the lead, claiming first place. Grandilev climbs to third. Anyatheke Tugson is Sormij, Iso. Grandilev and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for second. Jacko is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 17. Maya is closing in on the leader, moving 2 spots up to second. Amin-san is also making progress, gaining 2 positions to sit in 9th. Yakiram is trying to hold off Maya, but she's closing in fast. Grandilev just snuck past Scott Dixon to take third. Looks like a 3-way scrap for the podium. Maya has taken the lead, leaving everyone in her dust. De Factor is closing in on the top 4. Amin-san is climbing steadily, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Grandilev just overtook someone to move into second place. Yakiraman and Grandilev are nose to nose. No room to breathe. Amin-san and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 7th, Looks like a game of chicken. Gina Jones is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into 9th place. Amy is having a tough time, dropping 10 spots to 16. D Factor is inching forward, moving up 1 position to 3rd. Indigo Patey is closing in on James Mayo, cutting the gap by 9 seconds. Jackal is climbing up 1 spot to take the 13th position. Apex, Milkbag and Jackal are locked in a tight battle for the 13th spot. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 8. Apex Milkbag is inching into 13. Meg's Boring Life and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 8th place. New for Life and Sovi are locked in a fierce fight for 15. James Mayo and Indigo Petey are battling it out for 17. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Amundsen for 5th place. Looks like Hingle is feeling spicy today. New for Life and Sovi are still neck and neck for 15. This one's going down to the wire. James Mayo and Indigo Pete are battling for 17. They're making it a close call, aren't they? Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. James Mayo has gained 2 spots and is now in 16th place. New for Life and James Mayo are nose to nose for 16. Gina Jones is driving a 1964 Shelby Cobra 427, a classic American muscle car. She's currently in the 8th place, making steady progress but still a few spots behind the leaders. Meg's Boring Life and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 8th place. Brogsworth and Indigopathy are locked in a tight fight for 18. Amy is closing in on Pumpkin and Offclory and has chipped away at the gap by 1.44 seconds. Day Factor is closing in on Cranda Live, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 8th place. James Mayo is moving up to 15th place. Indigo Patey is climbing up to 16th place. Amy is closing in on Pumpkin Offlurry with a 1.7 second gap. Day Factor is trying to hold off Cranda Live for 2nd place. Amundsen and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 5th. Amy is stuck in last place with a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM. Looks like she's having a tough time staying on track, or maybe just taking it easy. Either way, not much action from her so far. Amundsen just overtook someone to take 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Amundsen are nose to nose for 5th. James Mayo is climbing up to 14. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Jackal is sneaking into 15. Looks like Gina's on the move while Jackal's just creeping up. Day Factor is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's pushing hard but still chasing the leader. Next boring life is driving a vintage Lamborghini Miura P400 SD, a classic beauty known for its sleek design and impressive speed. They're currently in 8th place, hanging around the middle of the pack, but their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite breaking away. The track's tight corners and long straights are favoring the vintage cars with strong acceleration and handling. The lead is tight with a few cars close behind, so the track's complexity is keeping the race unpredictable. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Now you can finally relax and enjoy the victory lap. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Great job! And a big shout out to Gina Jones for winning the bet race. You can now claim that gorgeous 1964 Shelby Cobra 427. Classic choice. Enjoy the ride in that vintage beauty. Here's a fun fact about the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. It's often considered the epitome of 50s American car design, with its iconic tail fins and chrome details. People say it's like driving a piece of jazz history on wheels. It really captured the spirit of its time and still turns heads today. Alright, so it looks like we're flying blind here. Both drivers are kinda like mystery boxes, aren't they? Since they're in the same car at Zolder, I'd say it's pretty much a toss-up. I'd probably lean towards the one with a little more confidence in their driving skills, but honestly, without any info, it's anyone's game. So let's just sit back and enjoy the chaos of the race. Alright folks, The race is underway at Zolder, and Amundsen is on pole in a 1957 Chevrolet BFC. Classic NASCAR style, here we go. Amundsen has taken the lead right out of the gate. Bjornart is holding strong in second place, and Jackal is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Autoliatorius is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Down to Quest is making a strong push to 15th. Gemaster Tegernanin 1000 is sneaking up to 18th. Rexenzero is climbing up to 4th place. Autoliatorius and Rexenzero are nose to nose for that spot. Trashcrashton and I are locked in a close fight for 8th. Adanut 44 and Trashcrashton are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Trifonenity 3 is climbing up to 15th. Kufo is also making moves, now in 17th. Adanut 44 is climbing to 8th place. Zombush 86 is now in 10th. Kufo is making a move to 15th. Aerotech is climbing to 11th place. Gymnasta Tegaminine 1000 Conomality are nose to nose for 18th. New for Life is advancing to 21st. Hingle McCringleberry and Zombush 86 are neck and neck for 12th place. Kufo and Daisy KB0gers are also trading paint for 14th. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 19th, and he's got a close fight with Connor Malady for 18th. Kufo is climbing up to 14th place now. Kufo and DCKB0gs are nose to nose for that same spot. Rowdy Zerolf and Connor Malady are locked in a close fight for 18th place. DKK Bates is climbing up to 14th place. Kufo and DCKB Zerogers are still neck and neck for that spot. Rowdy Zerolf has moved into 18th place, making some progress. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Down to Quest, closing the gap by over a second. Connor Malady and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to nose for 18th place. Aethaplasm and Rougher Life are fighting hard for 21st. Down to Quest advances to 16th place. Gmaster Tegamanin 1000 climbs to 19th place. Conomality and Gmaster Tegamanin 1000 are nose to tail for the 19th spot. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. 8-2 Hove and Maya are nose to nose for that spot. Rome Spider is climbing up to 21st. Adanut 44 just overtook someone to move into 8th place. At 2 Hove and Adanut 44 are still nose to tail for 8. Kufo and DACKB Zerox are battling hard for 14th. Aerotech is closing in on Trashcrashton, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kufo is climbing up to 14th place. Scott Dixon is moving up to 23rd place. Maya is dropping back to 13th place. Adanut 44 is climbing to 7th. H2 Hova is making a move to 8th. Kufo is now in 13th place. Dane KCK Bitzeroguts has climbed to 14th. Downtalquist is in 15th. Looks like they're all playing the upward game today. LXLX et Eid just climbed 1 spot to 24th place. Amy moved up 2 spots and is now 28th. Aetaplasm is climbing up to 24th place. Gina Jones is right behind, moving up to 25th. Looks like the race is heating up just behind the leaders. Otto Artorius and Rexner are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Shalesy is closing in, chopping down the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is climbing the ranks, grabbing the 22nd spot. Jackal is closing in on Bjorn Art, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Atelier Torius is climbing up to 4th place. The battle between Imjus Platinum and Elik Exici of Stasilex at 26th place is getting intense. Imjus Platinum just overtook someone to move into 26th place. Alexi X Inuit and Imjus Platinum are still nose to nose for that same spot. Zoe is gaining on Beef Sliders, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Kufo is climbing to 12th place. Maya is closing in on Down to Quest, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Gemaster Take 9000 is moving up to 17th place. Adanut 44 and Shalesy are neck and neck for 6th place. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to 24th. Aethaplasm and Gina Jones are fighting it out for 24th. Wow, Aminsan just won the race? Guess they're the new king of Zolder. Well done! Hey, Rafael. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again for some AI racing action. Get ready for some high-speed fun. Wow, Amin-san, congratulations on winning the race. That was an incredible display of skill and speed. You really drove those cars like a pro. Everyone, let's give a big round of applause for Amin-san's amazing win. And 63,427,1990. You've managed to win a race for an entire week straight. That's some serious consistency right there. Plus, earning 500 request points in the process? You're officially on a roll. Keep it up. You're making this race a real competition to watch. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1962 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR has the best shot at winning that race. It's known for its lightweight design and performance, especially compared to some of the more vintage or less sporty options. Plus, on a technically challenging circuit like Puebla, I think the Skyline's balance and handling might give it an edge over the older muscle and vintage models. The rest are interesting, but I'd put my money on that Skyline to cross the finish line first. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI is about to take the checkered flag. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side we have a Airfail with a 1977 Opel Kadett CGE, which is a solid little sporty hatchback from the late 70s. It might not be the most powerful car out there, but it's definitely nimble and has a classic charm. On the other side, Sophie is steering a 1954 Jaguar XK120, which is a true vintage beauty known for its sleek design and impressive speed for its era. Now, considering the car's specs, the Asconi 120 has a sleek, aerodynamic shape, and was known for its performance in the 50s, so it might have an edge in pure speed and handling on a track like Trazado International de Puebla. The Opel, while fun, is a bit more of a lightweight, and might struggle to keep up with that classic Jaguar's power and grace. My money's on Sophie and the Jaguar, especially if that car gets some good grip on the track. But hey, sometimes the underdog surprises us, so I guess we'll see how it plays out. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Trazado International de Puebla with vintage street cars. Scott Dixon is sitting pretty on the pole in a classic 1971 Mazda RX-3. Let's see if that old school charm can hold up. Schmerzenlieb is leading the race right now. Scott Dixon is in second place and New for Life is holding on to third. The top three are already spreading out a bit. Scott Dixon and New for Life are nose to tail for second place. Simple Marcus is closing in on them, now just behind in fourth. Enna Esavich is climbing to fifth place. Jackal is now 11th. AI Rafael has gained 2 spots and is now 13th. Simple Marcus is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Lux Ravenous has moved up to 9th place. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is now in 14th place, after gaining 1 spot. Maya and Famaka are nose to tail for 7th place. Jackal is climbing up to 10th. AI Rafael is also on the move, now 12th. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 7th place. Famaka and Lux Ravenous are nose to nose for that spot. Oskserot is gaining ground, now in 12th. Sen Savage and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 4th place. Jackal just gained a spot and is now 9. Maya and Jackal are practically glued together for 9. Sen Savage and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 4th place. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 6th. Jackal is making a 2-position jump to 7th. Lux Ravenous just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Jackal and Sen Savage are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Senor Flip Flop 100 and 2020 is climbing up to 11th. Jackal and Senor Savage are nose to tail for 6th place. King Chu 22 and Senor Flip Flop 100 and 2020 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Mission Man and Orange Funk are battling it out for 20th. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 4th place. Jackal is now 5th after moving up 2 spots. Sovi is making progress in 17th position. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 3rd place. Simple Marcus and Lux Ravenous are nose to nose for that spot. Oskzerot is sneaking up to 13th. Jackal is closing in on Simple Markers, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. King Chu 22 has climbed 1 spot to take the 11th place. Senor Flip Flop 100 and 2020 and King Chu 22 are nose to tail fighting for the 11th position. King Chu 22 and Maya are neck and neck for 10th place. Sovi is climbing up to 16th. Mission Man and Shatoda Doraki 39 are fighting hard for 19th. Lux Ravenous is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. No for Life and Lux Ravenous are still nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Jackal has moved up to 4th, keeping the pressure on. Lux Ravenous is closing in on Schmerzen Live, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Jackal is climbing up to 3rd place. Simple Markers is moving up to 4th place. Lux Ravenous is gaining on Schmerzen Live, closing the gap by a second. NR Savage has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Scott Dixon and NR Savage are locked in a close fight for 6th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is making a move to 20th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and a Grades 34 are nose to nose for 18th place. Lux Ravenous is gaining on Schmerzen Live, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Rex and Sarah is catching up to Scott Dixon, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. King Chu 22 is inching closer to me, closing the gap by just over a second. Congratulations to Schmerzen Live on their victory. Looks like they really took the checkered flag and left everyone in the dust. Well deserved. Wow, Schmerzenleib, you totally crushed the race. Big congratulations on the win. You earned it. And hey, Sophie, you snagged that vintage Jaguar XK120 for winning the bet race. Nice choice for a classy ride. Jackal, you out-overtaken everyone and can now claim that sleek 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta da Vitassa. Seems like the vintage cars are going to some serious speed demons today. Sure thing. Did you know that the Albert Park track in Australia is actually a temporary street circuit that transforms into a racing track every year? It used to be a lake and park, and now it's where the excitement happens once a year. Basically, it's like turning a picnic area into a high-speed playground, which is pretty impressive if you ask me. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before the race starts. Don't miss out on choosing the car you'll be rooting for. Get those decisions in fast. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. Scott Dixon and that old Maytech Ford GT1. Sounds like a classic underdog story. But that 2010 car might be a little behind the times with the tech. Amy in the 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. That's a legendary name, but it's also pretty aged in racing terms. If I had to pick, I'd say the Ford G might have a slight edge on the track because of its design and power. But the Porsche's lighter build and racing pedigree could keep it interesting. Still, in a race like this, I'd lean towards the Ford making a surprise push for the win. Let's see how the chips fall. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is kickstarting this race on pole with a classic 2009 RS R Jaguar X KRGT2. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place. Noverlife is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Negutsu is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya and Noverlife are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Shailzy and Amy are locked in a close duel for 6th. Shailzy is on the charge, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Unistix and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 8th position. Navling is making a move up the field, now in 12th place. Unistix is climbing up to 8th place. Sovi and Unistix are nose to nose for that spot. Jackal is creeping closer to Sovi, cutting the gap by over a second. Swell Place V just overtook Rumiafist 13 and now sits in the 18th place. Rumiafist 13 is not giving up easily, though, still right behind. Negutsu is driving an Audi R8 LN, some 2016. They're currently in the 20th place, so not quite the front runner, but still in the mix. HP Lootcraft is driving a 2016 BMW M6 T3. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind Velocitor 14 and Trash Crashton. Looks like a steady race so far. Negutsu is driving an Audi R8 LS from 2016. He's currently in the 20th spot, so he's making some moves but still has room to climb up. Jackal is driving a 2010 Maytech Ford GTG1, starting in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but haven't made any moves yet. The GTR class seems to be dominating with the top spots, likely thanks to the track favoring their power and handling. The track's layout at Albert Park probably rewards aggressive driving and quick acceleration, which GTRs excel at. Unistix is driving a 27 Koenigsegg CCGT and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite breaking away yet. Unistix is driving a 27 Koenigsegg CCGT and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. And Hingle and Kringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for second place. Maya is closing in on Shalesy, chipping away at the gap by 1.4 seconds. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Biswatingyo and Navling are locked in a close fight for 12th. Velocitor 14 is driving a 2009 Alpina B6 GT3, a car known for its balance and straight-line speed. Their race looks steady but a bit behind the leaders, currently in the 17th place. Bees McGee is driving a 2015 Bentley Continental GT3. They're currently in 11th place but have a very slow fastest lap compared to the leaders. Looks like a long way to go for a podium finish. Sovi and Unistix are nose to tail for 8th place. Timborghini Tuba and Rumiafist 13 are locked in a close fight for the 20th spot. The tight corners at Albert Park are really shaking up the order with quick overtakes and close battles. Fast laps are key here. Timborghini Tuba is driving a 2015 Bentley Continental GT3. They're currently in the last position among GT3s, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone was saving their best for the finish line. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones takes the victory. Big congratulations to you, Gina. That was an impressive race, and you definitely earned that win. Now, for the rest of you who can claim cars, Maya, with the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1998 TVR Speed 12 GTS. That's a beast. Scott Dixon, you won the bet race, so you get the 2010 Maytech Ford GTG 1. Great job to both of you. Looks like some new cars might be joining the garage soon. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Fuji Speedway GP has those high-speed sweeping turns and tight chicanes, so a car that can stick to the road and handle quick directional changes would have the advantage. Top speed is important, but without good grip and stability, it won't matter much in those tricky sections. Acceleration out of corners will also matter to keep up the momentum. Basically, a well-balanced car that can dance through the curves with precision would be my top pick for this race. Alright everyone, you better make your pick quick because the clock is running out. Don't want to miss out on your dream car before it zooms away. Get those choices in before it's too late. Alright, that's quite the vintage showdown we've got here. On one side, we have Tryhard Triad in a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, a real classic with style and history. On the other, New for Life in a 1965 M GMG BGT, which is charming but a bit more sporty and nimble. Given Fuji Speedway's long straights and tight corners, I'd say the MG might have a slight advantage with its lighter and more agile build. But don't count out the Talbot Lago. Its powerful engine for its time could surprise us once it gets some momentum. Honestly, this race could come down to who handles the corners better, not just raw speed. But if I had to place a bet, I'd lean toward the MG just because of that classic British charm and agility. We shall see if vintage proves to be victorious, or if the old-timer can hold its ground. Alright folks, the race is just kicking off at Fuji Speedway. GP leading the pack is James Mayo in a classic 1955 Porsche 356A. Don't expect this beauty to win any speed contests, but she sure looks good at the front. Let's see how long she can hold that pole position. James Mayo has shot to the front, holding the lead. Scott Dixon is right behind in second place, not letting go. Taknasty is in third, hanging tough but already a bit behind the top two. Rookie Mireki is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 14. Yachishman 33 is gaining ground, overtaking 6 cars to reach 16. Taknasty is making a statement, moving 2 places up to take the lead. Story Forge is closing in on James Mayo now, just a second behind. Velocitor 14 has climbed up 1 spot into 4th place. Shattered Pixel has gained 2 positions, now sitting in 5th. Amin-san is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Amy is also making a charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9th. Story Forge is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 2nd. Gina Jones is making a quick climb up the field, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd place. Velocitor 14 and Shattered Pixel are locked in a fierce duel for 4th position. Amy is creeping up 1 spot to 8th place. Shattered Pixel is gaining on James Mayo, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Buckyboard has also gained 1 spot, now in 9th. Amin-san and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail for 6th place. Telescope Biden just gained a spot to 11. JT Swishman 33 also moved up 1 to 12th. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Amin-san has gained 1 spot, now in 6th. Rookie Miriki has also moved up 1 position, sitting in 13th. Maya is closing in on Story Forge, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amin-san is climbing 2 spots to take 4th place. Shattered Pixel and Amin-san are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Shattered Pixel and Amin-san are nose to nose for 4th place. Velocitor 14 is climbing up to 7th. Sovi is inching closer to James Mayo, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gerald Mitsuroses is on a roll, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing the gap on Story Forge, bringing it down by 1.5 seconds. Sovi is hot on James Mayo's tail, closing in by a similar margin. Maya just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Looks like the battle for P2 is heating up between Story Forge and Maya. Amy is climbing up to 5th place, inching closer to the top. Amin-san is inching closer to Story Forge, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Sovi has sneaked up 1 spot to take 8th place. Trihat is narrowing the distance to GT Swishman 33 by 1.2 seconds. Some board boy is now just behind Buckybird, closing the gap to a hair's breadth. New for Life is creeping closer to Rukumireki, inching forward by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Cheryl Mizirosis, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Story Forge is now in 1st place, climbing 2 spots. Taknisti and Storyforge are nose-to-nose at the front. Amin-san has gained 1 spot, and is now in 3rd. Maya is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 4 cars. Sovi and Velocitor 14 are locked in a fierce duel for 7. Trihard is climbing up to 10th, gaining 1 spot. Sovi is now in 7th place. Rookie Miriki is cutting down the distance to James Mayo by almost 2 seconds. Some board boy is climbing to 14th. Cheryl Nezaroses is climbing to 16th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 18th place. Pondon is moving up to 23rd place. Pondon and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 22nd place. Rookie Miriki is gaining on James Mayo, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Princess Wildface has moved up 1 spot to 14th. Some board boy and Princess Wildface are nose-to-tail for the 14th position. G. Cheeseman 33 is climbing to 8th place. Rookie Miriki and James Mayo are still neck and neck for 11th. Cheryl Nezaroses is advancing to 15th. Taknisti is really feeling the pressure and closing in on Maya fast. Yi Chi Swishman 33 just snuck into 7th place. Trihatriyad is making moves and now in 10th. Rookie Miriki is closing in on Velocitor 14, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Aussie Duo the 22 is climbing 1 spot to take 17th place. Bucky Bird is also moving up 1 spot, now in 19th. Wow, Taknisti really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the king of Fuji Speedway now. Well done. Congratulations to me! That was a fantastic race, and I'm thrilled to come out on top. As for the drivers who can claim a car, I have some good news. I got the fastest lap, so I get to claim the beautiful 1965. Toyota 2000 GT. A true vintage street car toy. Well deserved, I'd say. Now, who's ready to race again? Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down fast. Make your final choices and get your favorite cars in before it's too late. Don't let your dream race car slip away just because you hesitated. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Eastern Creek Gardner has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can respond quickly and stay balanced through the corners would be ideal. Top speed is nice, but being able to maneuver precisely and maintain control will make the biggest difference here. Alright, so we have Amy in a Fiat Tipo Competizione Stabile Kilams in a Subaru Impreza STIRX. Both are pretty different beasts. The Fiat is more of a sporty little number, while the Subaru is known for its rally roots and all-wheel drive. My gut tells me that the Subaru might have the edge here, especially on a track like Eastern Creek Gardner, with its sharp turns and potential for quick acceleration. The Subaru's all-wheel drive system will help grip those corners better. But hey, don't count the Fiat out just yet. It could surprise us with some clever handling, and maybe even make a leap, if Amy knows how to push that little car. So, I'll go with the Subaru for the win. But don't be shocked if Amy throws us a curveball. Alright viewers, the race is underway at Eastern Creek Gardner track. In the lead, we have Willow Shrub in a 2018 BMW M220 IADAC, starting on pole to two. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI drivers have other plans. Willow Shrub is leading the race, followed by Mo for Life in second place and Sovi in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Jackal has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Gina Jones and Jackal are still battling it out for 8. Kilo Juliet Delta and Tyler Drums 31 are fighting closely for 12. Starbakes is climbing up to 14th place. Crystal 33 is now in 16th place. Both making some moves today. Starbakes just moved up one spot to take the 13th place. Starbakes and Tyler Drums 31 are nose-to-nose for the 12th spot. Kilo Juliet Delta and Starbakes are also in a close fight for the 13th position. Starbakes just climbed one spot to 12th place. Kilo Juliet Delta and Tyler Drums 31 are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Stabigai Killens and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 14th. Stabby Gale Killens is climbing to 5th place. Starvix is now in 11th. Crystal 33 has moved up to 15th. Crystal 33 and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to nose for 14th. Kilaju Delta and Sarara are neck and neck for 12th place. Crystal 33 just climbed 1 spot to 14th. Beats with Kif is also up 1 spot, now in 16th. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 12th place. Simple Markers and Connor Malady are locked in a close fight for 17. Itzerar is in a 2020 Geely Binroy. They're currently in 12th place, not making much noise so far. Beats with Kef is climbing to 15th place. Tyler Drums 31. And Beats with Kev are nose to nose for that spot. Zimpla Markers is inching up to 17. Beats with Kef is in a Peugeot 208 R2, currently in 16th place. Looks like they're stuck behind some TCE cars and haven't made much progress yet. Gina Jones and Jacqueline nose to nose for 8th place. Beats with Kef is closing in on its Sarah, shrinking the gap by a second. Simpla Markers is climbing up 1 spot to take 16th. The next tight corners seem to favor the quicker, more agile cars like the BMW and Subaru, keeping them at the front. The longer straights might be allowing the less nimble cars to catch up, but overall precision seems key here. New for Life is leading in a 2015 Subaru Impreza STI-X. They're holding a solid gap at the front and have the second fastest lap, so it looks like they're in control and pushing hard. Sovi is driving a 2010 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap time. Looks like they're holding steady and pushing hard. Well, look at that! Willow Shrub just took the top spot at Eastern Creek Gardner. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job! Wow, Willow Shrub really dominated that race. Huge congratulations to them for taking the win. Now, Sovi, you did an amazing job with the overtakes, so you can claim the sleek 2010 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. Well done to both of you. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Algarvia is known for its twisty technical sections, so the car's ability to stay glued to the road and navigate tight turns smoothly would make or break the race. While straight line speed is always nice, being nimble and responsive in the corners is what really counts here. A car with good grip and balanced suspension would give the driver an advantage in this kind of environment. Alright, so we have the mighty Mercedes-AMG F1W09EQ, driven by Maya, versus the Force India VJM11, driven by GC Swishman 33. Now, the Mercedes is definitely known for its speed and agility, especially in a race like Algarve, with those tricky turns and fast straights. The VJM11 is no slouch but tends to be a bit more unpredictable in handling and power. Honestly, my money's on Maya and her Mercedes to take the top spot here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Force India will surprise us. Or maybe it'll just be a really fancy paperweight. Let's see. On. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Algarve with Scott Dixon on pole in the F1 2018 class, driving a sleek Ferrari's H71H. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the pack catches up quick. Scott Dixon has shot off the line to take the lead. Anonymous Ninity 3 is holding strong in second place. Amy is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Gina Jones and Frankenballs are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Jared Plays and Gina Jones are also fighting for fifth. Blackbeard is climbing up to ninth and is now just behind Sovi in eighth. The battles are heating up. Frankenballs is climbing up to third place. Amy and Frankenballs are nose-to-nose for that spot. Hingle Me Kringleberry is advancing to sixth. Amy just gained one spot, now in third. Looks like she's making moves. Frankenballs and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Sovi and Jerkplays are locked in a close fight for seventh. Frankenballs just sneaked into third place. Gina Jones and Amy are nose to nose for fourth. Nectaromavel and Famaka are locked in a close fight for 14th. Frankenballs is making a move to the front of the pack, taking the lead. Gina Jones is climbing up to fourth place. Gina Jones and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Amy just overtook someone to move into third place. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Amy are nose-to-tail fighting for third. Sovi is slicing into Hingle McCringleberry's lead. closing the gap by a second and a half. Silhouette is tearing through the field, now in second place after passing 19 cars. Trash Crashton is climbing steadily, moving up one spot to 8. Sylvie and Trash Crashton are nose to tail, fighting for 8th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to second place. Frankenbuzz and Dixon are nose to nose for the lead. Amy is advancing to third. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is climbing steadily, now in second place. Anonymous Nina T3 is also advancing, now in fourth place. The race is heating up nicely. Jekyll is on a tear, now in first place after passing 15 cars. Blackbeard is climbing fast, now in 6th after overtaking 4. Nick Tsiromaval is making moves, now in 9th after passing 5 cars. Frankenbuzz takes the lead, claiming first place. Amy moves up to second. Not bad. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to third, showing some fight. Frankenbuzz is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he suddenly decides to take a nap. Blackbeard just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Maya and Nixaramavel are nose to tail for 8th position. Looks like a close one. Anonymous Nina T3 is climbing smoothly into 4th place. Maya is making a move into 8th. Caffeinated Car and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 13th. The F1 2018 cars seem well matched for Algarve, but the track's tight corners are favoring those with better handling and consistency. The top drivers are staying close, but a few slower laps are giving others a chance to catch up. Frankenbuzz is leading the race with a strong lap time of 1:21.553. Their Haas CF18 is performing well, and they seem to have a comfortable gap at the moment. Looks like they're in control so far. Well, look at that. Frankenbuzz just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow, Frankenbuzz took the victory. Congratulations on that impressive win. You really showed those other cars what you're made of. As for the driver who won the bet race, well done. You now get to claim a 2018 Mercedes-AMG F1 W09EQ. It's a pretty sweet prize. Well played, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Maple Valley Reverse has those tight corners and tricky turns that really test a car's agility. A car that can stick to the road and navigate those sharp bends smoothly will have a huge advantage. Acceleration and top speed are nice, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns confidently, it's going to lose precious seconds. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering is what I think takes the cake here. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Sovi in the 1973 Arc M F16. Sounds like he's got some classic speed, but that Porsche 906 from 1966 is a real legend on the track. It's like pitting a seasoned racer against a vintage race car with a reputation for agility. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Hingle McCringleberry, because that Porsche's lightweight design and nimbleness are probably going to handle Maple Valley's reverse layout a bit better. Sovi's car might have a bit more raw power, but managing those turns will be the key. So, I'd put my chips on Hingle taking the win here, but don't be surprised if Sovi surprises us with that vintage charm. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Maple Valley Reverse with Scott Dixon on pole, driving a classic 1973 Arc M F16 in vintage ultralights. Looks like he's got the vintage charm and flashing speed today. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack. New for Life is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third place. Let's see if I can keep up or if the AI will throw a curveball. New for Life is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed up to fourth, inching closer to the front. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to third place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for third. Acheron 192 and Cobracle are locked in a fierce fight for ninth. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to take the lead. Looks like he's got a plan to stay there. New for Life and Scott Dixon still neck and neck for the top spot. This is getting interesting. Sovi is climbing up to fourth, making some moves. Jackal is climbing to fifth place. Morning Starsel is now 10th. The Chaotic Weirdo has moved into 11th. Amy just moved up one spot to 7th. Cobracle is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 3 seconds. The Chaotic Weirdo and Morning Star are nose to tail for 10th place. Sovi is driving a 1973 Arcam F16, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. Looks like Sovi is holding steady in 4th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying competitive. Dovi and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Maya and Amy are also battling for 6th, so expect some fireworks there. Jackal is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy is gaining on Sovi, chopping the gap down by over 2 seconds. Forty Afro is climbing up to 12th place. Vodka Moneng is narrowing the gap to Timborghini Tube by 3 seconds. Forty Afro and The Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 11th place. Nexa Romaval is inching closer to Arlo Coast, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Ashura 92 is hot on Nexa Romabel's tail, closing in by nearly 1.5 seconds. Sovi is climbing to 4th place. The Chaotic Weirdo is now in 10th. Timborghini Tuba has moved into 15. Cobracle is gaining fast on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 12.5 seconds. Forty Afro and Morningstar Soul are nose to nose for 11th place. Scott Dixon is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. The reverse layout is definitely shaking things up with tight corners, favoring skilled drivers and causing some overtaking chaos. Maya is driving a 1966 McLaren M1B, which is quite the classic. She's currently in 8th place, not quite making the most of that vintage charm. Her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the leaders, but at least she's not last. The Chaotic Weirdo is inching closer to Cobracle, just a second and a bit behind now. Morningstars is catching up to the Chaotic Weirdo, closing the gap by a hair. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got it. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag today. Congratulations on the win and snagging the fastest lap as well. Looks like you've earned yourself that vintage ultralight, the 1973 ARC F16 tonic. Nicely done. And Hingle McCringleberry. You may not have won the race, but winning the bet race pays off. You get to claim the 1966 Porsche 906. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal for your victory there. Who knew these AI racers could be so competitive? Stay tuned, folks. This could get even more interesting. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle because the clock's about to run out. Time's ticking and I don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow! Both of these cars are absolute legends from the muscle car era. So we're in for a treat. The Firebird has that classic raw power vibe, and the Camaro is equally legendary with a bit of that aggressive stance. I'm going to lean slightly towards the Pontiac Firebird, because its design and weight distribution often give it a bit of an edge in straight line speed. But hey, it's Bruno, not the drag strip, so handling might shake things up a little. Either way, I expect a close race, with some roaring engine sounds that would make any car enthusiast smile. Let's see who takes the lead. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bruno and look at that. Maya, in her vintage glory, starts at the front in a 1968 Dodge Dart. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the modern madness. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second and Bacho Grand holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. New for Life just overtook someone to move into second place. Maya and New for Life are nose to tail for the lead. Amy and New for Life are also battling closely for second. Amy just overtook someone to move into second place. New for Life and Amy are nose to tail. No clear leader yet. Dovey and Jordan F are wheel to wheel for seventh. Looks like a photo finish coming. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into second place. Looks like Amy and New for Life are neck and neck for that spot. Jackal and Scott Dixon are trading paint for ninth. Things are heating up. Zoe just overtook someone to climb to seventh place. Jordan F and Sovi are nose to tail for that position. Jekyll and Scott Dixon are also locked in a close fight for ninth. Jekyll and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for ninth place. Merchican Live and Amobius are locked in a close fight for 15. Diroc Official is climbing up to 19th, just one spot ahead. Jekyll is climbing up to 9th place. Merchican Live is making a move to 15th. Penny 3 is now in 16th place, closing in on Amobius. The battle for 16th place is heating up with Penny 3 and Amobius neck and neck. Nastic has gained one spot and is now in 19th place, making some progress. Basho Grande just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take the 4th place. They are nose to nose in a fierce fight for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Basho Grande and Hingle are locked in a close fight for that spot. Merchican Live is pushing forward to 14th place. Jordan F is gaining on Sovi like a heat-seeking missile. They're battling for 7th place. Ear Special just snuck into the top 15, climbing one spot. Jekyll is climbing up to 8th place. A Special and Forty Afro are nose to nose for 13. Penny 3 and Merchican Live are neck and neck for 15. Merchican Live and Ear Special are nose to tail for 14th place. Amobius just gained one spot and is now in 16th. Meanwhile, Amobius and the Merchican Live are fighting for 15. Gina Jones just sneaked into 5th place. Basho Grande and Gina are still neck and neck for that spot. Penny 3 is climbing now in 16th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Basho Grande and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 5th place. Penny 3 has climbed one spot to 15. Merchican Live and Penny 3 are locked in a close fight for 15. Basho Grande is climbing to 5th place. Silhouette is making a move to 17. Looks like some strategic positioning happening out there. Sovi is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, currently in 8th place. The car is known for its balanced handling and straight-line speed, but Sovi seems to be struggling a bit with consistency. The race looks tight with a lot of close battles ahead. Penny 3 is climbing nicely into the top 15. Silhouette and Merchican Live are nose to tail for the 16th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Jekyll and Sovi are nose to tail fighting for 7th place. Scott Dixon is sneaking into the top 10, climbing one spot to 9th. Penny 3 is making a move, gaining one position to 13th. Jekyll is climbing up to 7th place. Merchican Live is making a move to 16th. Diroc Official is closing in on Amobius, cutting the gap by a second. Amobius just nudged ahead of Mstek for 18th place. They're practically glued together, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Scott Dixon and Sovi are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Silhouette and Merchikan Live are locked in a close fight for 16th. Jordan F. is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar Dot. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your talent. Congrats on the win! Congratulations to me for winning the race. That was a close one, but persistence paid off. Now let's celebrate the drivers who earned their rewards today. Maya, you earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim that classic 1968 Dodge Dart from the vintage Trans Am collection. Truly a beast from the past. Inga McCringleberry, since you came out on top in the bet race, you get to take home the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Nice job winning that wager. And Jackal, for doing the most overtakes today, you get the 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Looks like those aggressive moves really paid off. Great racing, everyone. Stay tuned for the next round of AI Car Chaos. Alright folks, get those quick fingers ready because the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is a classic battle of vintage machines, isn't it? The Saba C14 from Ozgizarad. Looks like it's been through a lot. But sometimes experience and a bit of grit can surprise you. On the other hand, the Williams FW17 driven by Amy is a bit more modern, with some potential for a sleek speed. Considering the Brasilia Oval's layout and the fact that car choice really makes a difference, I'd lean towards the Williams FW17 having a slight edge. It's lighter, more aerodynamic, and probably better suited for oval racing. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. We might see a surprise upset or a spectacular spin. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Brasilia Oval, and Jackal is starting on pole position. He's piloting a classic 1995 Sauber C14, so let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Jackal is leading the race, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. And Body Notes is currently in third, trying to keep up. You Miracles is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Wafflingotters is also making a move, overtaking 4 cars to reach 10th. Serotimi is gaining ground too, moving up 4 positions to 17. Scott Dixon and Jackal are nose to tail for the lead. Rusnapam 6 just overtook someone to climb to 5th place. Shikamaru is also on the move, now 6th. Aerotech is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Aerotech and Scott Dixon are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. And Body Notes and Shikamaru are locked in a close duel for 6th. Gina Jones just snuck into 3rd place, leaving Aerotech in her wake. Wafflingotters is climbing up to 7th, making the race a little more interesting. Aerotech and Gina Jones are still locked in a tight fight for 3rd place. Gioguina Miracles has just gained 1 spot, and is now in 8th. I am climbing 2 spots, and now sit in 9th. Rusnapam 6 and Aerotech are nose to tail for 4th place. Sovi just gained a spot and is now in 10th. And Body Notes and Sovi are fighting hard for 10th position. Igana Wright just made a bold move and is now in 18th place. Gina Jones has climbed to 2nd, but Scott Dixon is right on her tail, fighting for that 2nd spot. Things are heating up at the front. Aerotech is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Sovi and I are still neck and neck for 9th. Amy is making a move up to 14th. Rusnapam 6 is climbing up to 4th place. Scott Dixon and Rusnapam 6 are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Osktserod is catching Lux Ravenous, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Sovi and I are neck and neck for 9th place. Osktserod is creeping closer to Lux Ravenous, cutting the gap by over a second. Imogen Tempos and Deplore Bleeple are locked in a fierce fight for 15th. Wafflingotters and Shikamaru are nose to tail for 6th place. Sovi is inching forward to take 9th. Maya and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wafflingotters is climbing up to 6th place. Shikamaru is right behind, trying to snatch that spot away. Lux Ravenous and Body Notes are nose to nose for 11. Rusnapam 6 and Aerotech are nose to tail fighting for 3rd place. Osktserod is climbing 2 spots to 11. And Body Notes and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close duel for 12. Shikamaru is driving a Ferrari 412 T2, which is known for its sleek design and powerful V12 engine. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not really challenging the leaders. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Deplorably Apple and Degenerate are neck and neck for 17th place. Looks like a close one. Wow, look at that. Jackal just took the victory. Nice job. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow, congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. That was an impressive display of skill. Gina Jones, you also did an amazing job with the fastest lap. You now have the chance to claim the 1995 Williams FW17. Nice work, everyone. This race just keeps getting more exciting. Sure. Did you know that the 1968 Dodge Dart was actually so popular that Dodge decided to make it in a sleek, sporty GT version? It's like they wanted you to think, hey, I could be racing in this, even if you were just heading to the grocery store. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final choices now or forever. Hold your peace with whatever car the AI decides to throw in the race. Hurry up before it's too late. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. The Chevrolet Camaro from 1969 definitely has the muscle and might dominate the straights with that big V8. On the other hand, the Opel Commodore from 1970 is a bit more of a sleeper, maybe better handling around the corners, but probably lacking the raw power of the Camaro. If I had to make a call, I'd say U20 plays with the Camaro might have the edge on a track like Kota, especially with its longer straight sections. But don't count out Dr. Monkey 13, because if this turns into a tight, technical race, the Opel could surprise us. It's gonna be interesting. Alright folks, the race is underway at Circuit of the Americas, and leading the pack is U20 plays in a classic 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. It's got pole position, so let's see if that vintage muscle can hold off the competition. U20 Place has taken an early lead. Dr. Monkey 13 is right behind in second. And 2 Peas into Podcast is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Trash Crashton is charging through the field. Now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sovi and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Amy is climbing steadily, gaining 2 positions to sit in 6th. Stephen Brinkley is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is holding strong at the front, climbing 1 spot to take the lead. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to sit in 8th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 7th place. Scott Dixon and Amy are battling closely for 6th. New for Life has gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Gina Jones is climbing to 7th place. Whip 3 out 25 is now in 19th. Ovidos has moved up to 21st. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Radicero Activa Vixen is inching closer to her in the race for 19th. Whip 3 out 25 and Radicero Activa Vixen are nose to tail, fighting for that 19th spot. Sovi is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Lirache has climbed to 15th, not bad. Tyler is in 21st, still making progress. Keruvinen is driving in 1971. Lotus, Elon Sprint. They're currently in the last position among the group, so it looks like their race isn't going quite as planned. Gina Jones is driving a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427 SC, a classic muscle car or student. She's currently in 7th place, holding steady but not challenging for the lead. Looks like she's keeping it cool behind the top contenders. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Stephen Brinkley is narrowing the gap to 5 and Sarogai by 1/3 seconds. Sovi is making a move up to 3rd place. Naturalian Lucky is climbing to 16th. Looks like some strategic positioning happening. Stephen Brinkley's racing a classic Alpha Romeo Giulia TZ from 1963. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the 2nd group. Not making much noise, but staying steady. Mai and Amy are neck and neck for 6th place. Rex and Sarah climbs 1 spot to 16th. Radicero Activa Vixen gains 2 spots to 17th. U20 Plays is stretching out the lead at the front. La Roche is closing in on Stephen Brinkley, but still a good distance back. 2 Peas into Podcast is making a move, closing in on Sovi Doit 8. That battle for 3rd is heating up. Gina Jones is on a roll, moving up 3 cars to take 2nd place. Sovi is dropping back 7 spots to 10th. Dr. Monkey 13 has lost 9 positions and is now 11th. HP Lucraft is climbing to 11th place. Defense Uruguay is catching up to 12th place. Stephen Brinkley is sneaking into 13th place. Dr. Monkey, 13, is having a rough time and is now in 21st place. Gina Jones is gaining on U20 place, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Radicero Active Vixen has climbed one spot to 14th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Sovi is narrowing the gap to Hingle McCringleberry by over a second. Oyus is advancing to 21st. Tube, Eason the podcast, is catching up to Gina Jones fast, just 2 seconds behind now. Sovi is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, a bit more, inching closer by over a second. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move on Karavinin, closing the gap by 230 seconds. Sovi is gaining fast on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Amy and Tupies in the podcast are nose to nose for 3rd place. Scott Dixon is inching closer to Amy, closing the gap by 1 second. Amy is now in 3rd place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 4th. 2 racers are battling hard for 4th place, with 2 P's into podcast trying to hold off Scott Dixon. Two P's into podcast is climbing to 4th place. Maya is closing the gap on Scott Dixon by 1.1 seconds. Radicero Activa Vixen is catching up to Stephen Brinkley, closing the distance by 1 second. Wow, U20 place just won the race. Looks like they're the fastest on the track today. Congratulations on the win. Wow, U20 place really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them, that was some skillful driving. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car. Sovi, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to take home the 1970 Opel Commodore. Amy, you were the queen of overtakes, so the 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C is yours. Great effort, everyone. Can't wait to see who wins next time. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Shanghai's twists and turns demand a car that can stick to the road and navigate sharp bends efficiently. A car with good grip and agile steering would excel here. Top speed is still important, but the key to winning lies in the car's ability to maintain control through those complex curves. So, a balanced combination of acceleration and precise handling is what really counts for this track. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make your final choices now, or you might end up with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Welcome back, Adam K3. Glad to see you're back in the driver's seat. Ready to watch these cars battle it out again? Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. You've got Le Creuson 1980 with that vintage Toyota Celica SS2 from 2001 and Amy with a slightly newer Honda S2000 from 2003. Both are solid choices, but in very different ways. The Celica might have a bit of that old school charm. But let's be honest, the Honda S2000 is renowned for its nimbleness and incredible handling. On a track like Shanghai where sharp turns and quick acceleration matter a lot, I'd probably bet on Amy and her Honda. It just seems like the kind of car that would dance through those corners. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the old-timer pulls off a surprise. So I'd say Amy might have a slight edge. But never count out a classic underdog. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Shanghai with Rondom 69 on pole, in a classy 27 Peugeot 207 GTI, a true blast from the past. Let's see if that turbocharged charm can hold on to the lead. Rondom 69 has shot off the line to take the lead. Rexnazera is right behind in second place, and H2 Hova is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. H2 Hova is climbing fast to take the lead. Jackal is also making moves up to 5th place. Looks like someone and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 5th. Joey Pastrami is making a nice climb, overtaking 4 cars to reach 18th place. No For Life has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Rex Nero and New For Life are now nose to nose for 3rd place, so expect some fireworks soon. Rex Nizar is climbing up to 3rd place. New For Life and Rex Nizar are nose to nose for 3rd. Gina Jones is making a move now in 6th. Gina Jones and Jackal are nose to nose for 5th place. Liam is climbing fast, now in 9th. Ikar 77 and Liam are battling for 9th. Looks like a close fight. Gina Jones is climbing fast into 4th place. Naiba is making a move into 7th. Ikar 77 is sneaking into 9th. Looks like everyone's eager to shuffle the deck. Naiba is closing in on Jackal quickly. Scott Dixon and Sylvie are nose to nose for 12. Joey Pastrami just gained a spot and is now 16. Rex Nsira is climbing fast into 2nd place. Gina Jones and Rondom 69 are locked in a tight fight for 3rd. Scott Dixon is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 11. Gina Jones is climbing fast into 2nd place. Rex Nsira and Gina are nose to tail. No room for error. Jackal is making a move, now in 6th place, inching closer to the top 5. Sylvie is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 9th place. Jackal is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Naiba is also climbing 1 spot to 6th. Naiba and Rondom 69 are nose to nose fighting for 5th place. Scott Dixon just made a bold move to climb into 8th place. Naiba is sneaking into 5th. Looks like Scott Dixon and someone are locked in a tight fight for 8th. Rex Nsira is chipping away at Gina Jones's lead, closing in by 2.3 seconds. Scott Dixon is hot on the heels of No You for Life, closing in by 2.6 seconds. Adam K just made a move, up 1 spot to 11. Jackal is climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is now in 7th. School Bus Rustefi has moved up to 15th. Joey Pastrami and School Bus Rustefi are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Dave Factor is making a move and has climbed up to 17. Hingo McCringleberry is also on the rise, now in 18th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th place. Liam and another driver are nose to nose for 9. Sylvie and Adam JT3 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by 1 second. U20 Plate is climbing up 1 spot to take 19th place. Scott Dixon and Naibi are nose to tail for 5th place. New for Life and Rondom 69 are swapping positions for 7th. Liam and another driver are locked in a tight fight for 9th. Wow! H2 Hova really took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congrats on the win! Wow, H2 Hova really took the checkered flag, didn't they? Big congratulations. They must be feeling like they just won the lottery or something. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you crushed it in the bet race. You're officially the proud owner of a sleek 2003 Honda's 2000. That car's a beauty. Perfect for some weekend cruising without breaking the bank. And Scott Dixon, you're the overtaking king today. With the most moves out there, you get yourself a 23 Audi S4. That's a fine choice for someone who likes to make a statement on the road. Great racing, everyone! Sure. Did you know that in the world of LMP1 racing cars, some of these machines could hit speeds of over 200 miles per hour? That's faster than most of us can drive legally on the highway. It's like watching a blur zoom past every time they hit the track. Truly a marvel of racing engineering. Oh wow, this is quite the showdown. The Rebellion R1 from 2014 is a solid car. But it's a few years older, and might struggle against the more modern Porsche 919 Hybrid. The Porsche is renowned for its hybrid finesse and overall agility, especially on a track like Dijon-Prenois. I'd put my chips on the Porsche taking this one, especially given its reputation for consistency and speed. But hey, never underestimate the underdog, right? I'll be thrilled to see how this plays out. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Dijon-Prenois. Gina Jones is on pole in her 2018 R Engineering BR1. So she's got the perfect start. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the others will catch up faster than we blink. H2 Hoeda has shot off the line to take the lead. Gina Jones is holding second place, just ahead of Marmudar in third. Looks like a close battle forming early. Marmudar is climbing up to second place. Maya is making a move to fifth. Maya and New for Life are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Scott Dixon and Unknown Tactiz are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Architect is climbing 2 spots to 14. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Jackal and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 9th. Autumn Thunderbird is making a move to 13th. Architect is making a move, and is now in 12th place. Jackal is dropping back and is now in 16th. Caffeinated Car is also losing ground, and is now in 17th. Jackal is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 12 cars. Caffeinated Car is also making moves, jumping 11 spots to sit in 6th. Mir Muida and H2 Hovey are nose-to-nose at the front, battling for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move up to 6th place. Mir Muida just took the lead from the 2nd place, now holding first. H2 Hovia is right on Memoida's tail, and they're battling fiercely for the top spot. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 7th place. Autumn Thunderbird is also moving up to 10th. Deplorable Apple and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for 10th. Caffeinated cars closing in on Amy fast enough to make her wish she had a coffee break. No for life is creeping up on H2 Hova, not giving him a moment to breathe. Hingle McCringleberry just snuck into 5th place, leaving some behind to catch up. Frankenbuzz and Maya are neck and neck for 8th place. Adam K3 is climbing up 2 spots to 11. Architect and Adam JT3 are battling for 11th place now. Autumn Thunderbird just snuck into 8th place, leaving Maya in a fun little duel for that spot. Architect is climbing up to 11th, so the race is heating up behind. The tight corners and elevation changes at Dijon-Prenois are favoring the quicker laps of the leading cars, but the long straights are giving the slower cars a chance to catch up. Wow, Ms. Mermidar, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Mermidar. You really raced your way to the top. That was some impressive driving. And Hingle McCringleberry, you're in luck. With the fastest lap under your belt, you've earned the chance to claim that sleek 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro Di. Nice job! If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Istanbul Park circuit, I'd probably go with the Nissan Skyline R31 GTSR. It's got that classic Japanese turbocharged power and a reputation for handling curves like a dream. Plus, it's a bit of a sleeper, so who knows if the others would even see it coming. The circuit's tight turns and fast straights would really play to its strengths. It's definitely not out of place among more modern beasts, which makes me think it's got a shot at a surprise win. Alright folks, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. Don't make me choose for you, you might not like my pick. Well, this is quite the nostalgic throwback race, isn't it? Neither of these cars are exactly the speed demons of modern racing, but they sure do have character. Gina Jones with her 1987 Mitsubishi Galant F4 might have a slight edge because of that turbocharged engine and all-wheel drive, which could help her handle those tricky Istanbul Park corners a bit better. On the other hand, Jade Anburn in her 1986 Ford Escort RS Turbo is no slouch either, especially if she's got a good driver behind the wheel. But given the age and the specs, I'd put my money on Gina just because of the turbo power and the all-wheel drive. So, I'd say Gina might take the win here, but don't count JDN out. These classic legends tend to surprise us when you least expect it. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Istanbul Park, and leading the pack is Merchikan Liv in a classic 1983 Toyota E86 from the 1980s streetcar class. Let's see if that legendary lightweight can hold on to the lead, or if the modern machines will chase it down. Reko Haruji is leading the race with a solid start. Merchikan Live is right behind in second place, not giving up yet. Ostserat is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Deplorably Apple and Crandy Live are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to sixth, and I am inching closer to the top 10, moving up to 8th. Deplorably Apple just overtook someone to climb to fourth place. Crandy Live and Deplorably Apple are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Gina Jones and I are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Gina Jones and I are neck and neck for 8th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now 11. Amin is climbing 2 spots and is now 12. Deplorable Apple is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones is now in 8th. Amy is sneaking into 10th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Hishings and Gina are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amin San is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Merchikan Live, the gap shrinking by over 1.5 seconds. They are now battling fiercely for 2nd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th, making her way through the pack. Deplorably Apple just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th. Hingle McCringleberry and Crandy Live are neck and neck for 6th. Gina Jones is climbing to 4th place. Hinga McCringleberry is now in 6th. Amin Sen has moved up to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Amin Sen is making a move to 6th. Sovi is advancing to 10th. Looks like the pack is shifting around. Gina Jones is really closing the gap on Merchikan Live. Looks like she's got her eyes set on him. Amin San just climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Hingo McCringleberry and Amin San are nose-to-nose for that 5th position. Things are heating up. Deplorable Apple is closing in on Reko Haruji, chipping away at the gap by 2.8 seconds. Maya and Sovi are locked in a fierce fight for ninth place. Jackal is climbing up the field, gaining one spot to sit in 12th. Sovi and Crandy Alive are nose to tail for 8th place. Meanwhile, Amy and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. This race is heating up just as I like it. Grand Alive is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo Spider QV. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Deplorably, Apple and Reko Haruji are neck and neck for first place. Amin-san is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a second. And look at Maya climbing up to 9th, making moves in the midfield. Amy is climbing fast, now in 9th place. Amin-san is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by just over a second. Sophie is right behind Osgezerad, also reducing the distance by about a second. Deplorable Apple is climbing to the top spot. Gina Jones is now in 3rd. Amy is gaining on Sophie, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Wow, Deplorably Apple took the win at Istanbul Park. Looks like they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Well done. Wow, Deplorably Apple. You really tore up the track and took home the victory. Congratulations on winning the race. And let's not forget, you also claimed the fastest lap. Impressive effort. You definitely earned that 1985 Lancia Delta 4 Stradale. Gina Jones, you played your cards right and won the bet race. That means you get to add a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant 4 to your collection. Nice work staying sharp. Amin-san, you had the most overtakes out there. That takes some real guts and skill. You also get to claim a 1985 Lancia Delta 4 Stradale. So you're walking away with a pretty sweet ride too. Great job to all the winners today. I guess it's safe to say we're in for some seriously exciting racing next time. Up. Oh, the 1966 McLaren M1B. Now, that's a classic piece of racing history. Did you know it was one of the first cars built by McLaren? After Bruce McLaren founded the company. It was originally designed for Can-Am racing, which was famous for its high speeds and brutal competition. The fun part? This car was quite the rebel on the track, and helped establish McLaren as a serious contender in racing, even back then. Imagine a car from the 60s still turning heads today. Talk about a timeless legend. Oh, this is a classic showdown of racing nostalgia. versus vintage charm. Scott Dixon is racing a 1973 ARC MF-16, a car that's probably seen more laps than most of us have had hot dinners. On the other hand, Lemon Cult Games is in a 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco, which is as adorable as it is vintage. Given the age and design, the ARC MF-16 might have a slight edge in terms of agility and speed, thanks to advancements over the years. But don't count out the tiny but mighty Cooper. Its classic design could surprise us and be the dark horse of this race. Honestly, I'd say Scott Dixon's car has the upper hand, but in this game of AI racing, anything can happen. Buckle up, because this race could be a wild ride. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Ottawa GP with vintage ultralights. Jackal is starting on pole in a classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Hope you're ready for some vintage speed and maybe a little crash course in retro racing. The race kicks off with Jackal leading the pack, Gina Jones holding strong in second, and Adam GT3 right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Nimmer for Life and Adam GTA3 are nose to tail for third place. Maya and Nu for Life are also close for fourth. Hingle Kringleberry just made a move up to 7. Maya just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Looks like the race is heating up. Nu for Life and Maya are nose to tail for fourth position. No room for mistakes. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 7th place, keeping it interesting. Maya and Adam GT3 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Lemon Cult Games is climbing to 5th. Scott Dixon is advancing to 7th. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Nice has also moved up 1 spot into 5th. Nu for Life and Adam GT3 are nose to nose fighting for 4th place. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 4th place. Scott Dixon and Nu for Life are nose to nose for 6th. Timborghini Tuba and Relaxed View are locked in a close fight for 14th. Nu for Life and Adam JT3 are nose to tail for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry just snuck into 7th, leaving the others to chase. Sovi and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 8th, no room for error. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing nicely into the top 5. Lotusos and Sovi are nose to nose for 9th place. Lockjaw 7 is inching forward into the 15th spot. Nu for Life is now in 5th place after climbing 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry and Nu for Life are still battling closely for 5th. Lotusos has moved up 1 spot to 9th. Lockjaw 7 is holding off Relaxed View by a car length. Changisha just edged past Ebony Shadow for 21st. Lemon Cult Games is climbing fast into second place. Ingo McCringleberry is also making moves into fourth. Gina Jones and New for Life are locked in a close fight for fifth. Lotusos is making a move, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Adam Guthrie is hot on their heels, closing the gap by a second and a half. Looks like we've got a tight battle for 6th place shaping up. Aisley is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to reach 17. Ingo McCringleberry is inching closer to the podium, now in third. Adam Q3 and Lotusos are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Lotusos is climbing up to 5th place. Scott Dixon is also making moves, now in 7th. Dixon and Mute for Life are nose-to-nose for 6th. Lotusos is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1/3 3 seconds. Scott Dixon and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Aisley is closing in on Guthrie out 25, also by 1.3 seconds. Scott Dixon and New for Life are nose to tail for 6th place. Architect and Dej Magakat are locked in a tight fight for 20th. Gina Jones is closing in on Gravy Grace, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Jackal, looks like you just stole the show. Congratulations on the win at Ottawa GP. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And hey, since you got the fastest lap, you get to claim the vintage 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Nice choice. Looks like you're driving away with a classy vintage ride today. Sure thing. Did you know that Grouper racing cars were actually based on production models? Which means your neighbor's street car could have been a racing contender with just a few tweaks? It's like turning your daily driver into a racing machine overnight. Well, if your daily driver was a super fast racing legend in disguise. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down fast, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the ultimate race, do we? Well, this is quite the throwback race, isn't it? Sovi in that classic Maserati Ghibli. Sounds like he's got a touch of elegance on his side, but that car is pretty old school. Scott Dixon in the 1993 Ford Mustang. Now that's a muscle car with some serious attitude. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Scott just because that Mustang might have a bit more punch in a race like this, even if it's a little rough around the edges. Sovi's Maserati could surprise us with some style and finesse. But I think the brute force of the Mustang will push through. So I'm betting Scott will take the win, with Sovi hanging in there right behind. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Du Grand Sambuc reverse track. Leading the pack is Bao by Biolab in a classic 1992 Audi Vifi 8 Quattro. Let's see if the old school can keep up with the new tricks. Bao by Biolab has taken the lead right out of the gate. Hot Bolognese is holding strong in second place. Netrixco is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a close race so far. New for Life is slicing through the field, now in fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Sovi and New for Life are nose to tail for that same spot. Scott Dixon and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for fifth. Matrixco is climbing to second place. Sovi is also moving up to fourth. Gina Jones is making her way to 10th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place now. New for Life and Dixon are still nose to nose for that 5th spot. Gina Jones and Chubby Panda are locked in a close fight for 9th. Scott Dixon and Woo for Life are still nose to tail for 5th place. Idealeave is closing in on them, now in 7th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Maya is inching up to 7th. Jackal is making a move to 12th. Amy is now in the lead, closing the gap with Biolal Bay Biolab. Looks like a fierce fight for the top spot. Bao Bai Biolab just overtook someone to take the lead. Metrixco is closing in behind in second. Things are heating up at the front. Sovi is climbing fast into 3rd place. Scott Dixon is also making moves into 4th. New for Life is up to 6th and closing in. Hot Bolognese and No for Life are nose to nose for 5th. No for Life is climbing fast into 4th place. Maya is closing the gap on Hot Bolognese, shaving off 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is making moves up to 9. No for Life is closing in on So Be Fast, just 1.2 seconds behind. They're battling hard for 3rd place. I'm moving up 1 spot to 6th, making some progress. Sovi is holding a solid 3rd place, but Scott Dixon is right behind in 4th. Looks like Scott might be eyeing that gap, but Sovi is hanging on. Not much room for error. Idiliv just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Hot Bolognese and Idiliv are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Jackal is closing in on Hot Bolognese at a rapid pace, shrinking the gap by 5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. Gina Jones has also moved up 1 spot to 11. Gina and Jackal are now nose to nose fighting for 10th place. Jackal is climbing up to 8th place. Yumchubby Panda has moved up to 12th. Gina Jones and Yumchubby Panda are nose to nose fighting for 11th. Idiliv is creeping closer to me, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce duel for 12th place. Amy is gaining ground on Cloud Surfer 69, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Matrixco is now just 1 second behind Bao by Viola Bait. The fight for first is heating up. Idiliv is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy is driving a 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500, a car known for its turbocharged power and rally heritage. She's currently in 12th place, just behind Gina Jones, and ahead of Cloud Surfer 69. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to climb higher. Wow! Bio by Biolab just took the top spot. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Congratulations to Matrixco for winning the race! That was an impressive display of driving skills. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You get a 1990 Nissan Skyline GT R32, a true classic. Scott Dixon, you won the bet race, so you can claim a 1993 Ford Mustang. Nicely done. And Jackal, for doing the most overtakes, you earn a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75. Excellent work, everyone. Sure thing. Did you know that the Kuruma Cup cars are so tough they could probably survive a tiny apocalypse? They're basically the tanks of the racing world, built more for endurance than for the fastest laps. It's like watching a bunch of indestructible toys race around, except these toys are actually pretty serious about winning. Well, with Amundsen having already raced 219 times and winning 37 of them, they definitely have experience on their side. They're sitting pretty as rank 1, so they clearly know their way around the track. On the other hand, Maya's first race of the month means they might be a little fresh, maybe even a bit eager to prove themselves. But sometimes, that eagerness can work against you in racing. If I had to guess, I'd probably put my chips on Amundsen. They've got the track record and the confidence. But hey, with both driving the same car and the unpredictable nature of AI, anything can happen. So, who do you think will take the win? Alright folks, Thomas Moran is on pole in the Kuruma Cup, racing a 2019 IPS Kuruma at Ibisu West. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Thomas Moran has shot off the line to lead the race. Hingle Kringleberry is holding second place, just ahead of Scott Dixon in third. Looks like Moran is trying to set the pace early. Scott Dixon is climbing to second place. Relaxed Few and Aetherplasm are locked in a close fight for 8th. Move for Life is in 5th place, driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Thomas Moran is leading the race in a 2019 IPS Kuruma. His car is holding the top spot comfortably with the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control so far. Thomas Moran is leading in a 2019 IPS Kuruma, and it looks like he's setting the pace with the fastest lap. His race seems smooth so far, holding the top spot comfortably. Jackal's car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, just like everyone else's. Looks like he's holding steady in 6th place, not making any dramatic moves so far. Maya is currently in the 13th place, driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Looks like she's stuck in the middle of the pack with no overtakes so far. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, and he's currently holding 3rd place. Looks like he's been consistent, but not quite fast enough to challenge the leaders. Thomas Moran is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Amundsen is in the 4th and 12th positions, with the same car, a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Looks like they're having a mixed race, possibly battling some consistency issues. Isoplasm is in 9th place with a fastest lap of 58.332 seconds. Their race looks steady, but not quite at the front, probably just trying to stay consistent. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, and it's currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Scott Dixon's car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, starting from 3rd and currently holding 2nd place. He's been consistently fast, with a best lap just over half a second behind the leader. Looks like he's aiming for the top spot. Amy is in the 14th position with a fastest lap of 58.87 seconds. Her car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, just a bit behind the pack. Looks like she's struggling to keep up but still hanging in there. Thomas Moran is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Dovi's car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, and it looks like they are holding steady in 7th place. Their fastest lap is just shy of 58.3 seconds, so they're not exactly setting the pace, but staying competitive. Congratulations to Thomas Moran on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow. Thomas Moran takes the crown. Congrats on the big win. You really drove the wheels off that race. And a big shout out to Amin San for winning the bet race. Time to claim that shiny 2019 IPS Kuruma. Scott Dixon, you also scored the most overtakes, so that sweet Kuruma is yours too. Looks like some well-earned rewards for our racing warriors today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Brno circuit, I'd probably go with the 2017 Norma M30. It's got that sleek design, and it's built for speed and agility. The others are solid, but the Norma has a bit of an edge when it comes to handling sharp corners and hitting high speeds. Plus it just sounds faster, don't you think? Alright, so Sovi is behind the wheel of a 2016 ADS03 Nissan, and Hingle McCringleberry is in a 2010 Oreca FLM. The ADS is a pretty nimble car, designed for lightweight agility, but the Oreca has a bit more experience and a reputation for being reliable in longer races. If Sovi can leverage the car's agility and quick acceleration, they might just surprise us. However, Hingle's car has a little more endurance, which could give it an edge in the later stages of the race. Honestly, I'm leaning towards the Oreca just because of its proven track record, but don't count out Sovi making a flashy move and snatching victory. This one's a toss-up. But my money is on the durability and experience of the Orica to come out ahead. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bruno, and leading the pack is Bao by Bio Lab in that Sleep 2017. Normanum 30. Looks like they've got the pole position, so let's see if they can keep up the momentum. Bao by Bio Lab has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Sovi is holding strong in second place, while New for Life is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. New for Life is climbing to second place. Sovi and New for Life are neck and neck for that spot. Hingo McCringleberry is advancing to fifth. Hingo McCringleberry and Gina Jones are fighting hard for fourth. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Hikari Hamzam and Hingo McCringleberry are nose to nose for fifth. Shoot 'em Up is advancing to 16th. Scott Dixon and Hickory Hamsam are nose to tail for 6th place. Shoot 'em Up is inching up to 15th, just one spot ahead. Lazy Towner and Shoot 'em Up are locked in a close fight for 15th. Amin-san just climbed one spot to 17th place. The Fodzity 4 also gained one position, now sitting in 18th. Dr. Monkey 13 and Tafodz 84 are nose to nose for 18th. Looks like a close fight. Gina Jones and Move for Life are locked in a fierce battle for second place. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing 2 spots to reach 17th. Kuhukachu is also on the move, advancing 1 spot to 20th. Sovi is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingo McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by over a second. Amin-san is making progress, now in 17th. Gina Jones is driving a 2010 Orica FLM-09, a reliable but older MP3 model. She's holding 4th place, so her race seems steady but not quite challenging for the top. Sovi is now just a second behind No War Life and closing fast. They are nose to tail for 2nd place. Meanwhile, Amy and Maya are battling hard for 8th position. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Hikori Hamzam has moved up to 5th. Hingo McCringleberry and Hickory Hamsam are nose to nose for 5th place. Hingo McCringleberry climbs to 5th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Hickory Hamsam, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 7th place. Maya just gained a spot and is now in 7th place. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th. Frankenbuzz and Adenut 44 are swapping positions in a close fight for 13th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Jackal moved up one position into ninth. Jerk Plays also advanced one spot into 10th. Scott Dixon is really having a rough time, dropping 10 spots to 21st. Maya and Hikari Hamsam are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th place. Toucan's Flora is inching forward, climbing up to 11th. Gianda Jones and Move for Life are neck and neck for 2nd place. Ingelmate Kringleberry is climbing up to take 4th. Kulukachu and Platni Umera are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Shoot 'Em Up is racing a 2019 Radical SR5, and they're currently in the 15th place. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, but they're holding steady. Dr. Monkey 13th and Lazy Towner are nose-to-nose for 15th place. Platinumera is inching forward, climbing to 18. Maya is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Dr. Monkey 13 has climbed to 15. Scott Dixon is gaining on Cthulhukachu, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Bao by Biolab really took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done on the victory. Wow, congratulations to Bao by Biolab. They really dominated that race and took home the victory. Well done. And a big shout out to Hingle Kringleberry for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a shiny 2010 Orica FLM09. Nice work. Plus, New for Life, you crushed it with the most overtakes. That's some serious skill. You get to claim a 2016 Ligier JSP 3S. Great effort, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability, since Circuit Lebanon has some sharp turns and technical sections that require precise control. A car with good cornering abilities and responsive steering would really shine here. Speed is important, but being able to navigate those tricky sections smoothly will make a big difference in overall performance. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your choice before these AI racers take off without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. We've got Chozeng's Ghost in a 1996 Mitsubishi Jito, a classic but definitely not known for its speed or agility. Meanwhile, Marty Freeze is behind the wheel of a 1997 McLaren F1 GT R Longtail, which is basically a supercar legend built for racing. Honestly, I'd be surprised if Chozeng's Ghost can keep up for long. The McLaren F1 GTR Longtail is built for endurance and speed, especially on a track like Lebanon. My money's definitely on Marty Freeze, but it'll be interesting to watch if the GTO can pull off an upset. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, Gina Jones is leading the pack from pole position in the GT1 class, piloting a classic 1997 Panoos Esperante G AR1. Looks like she's setting the tone early at Circuit Lebanon. Stay tuned, this could get interesting. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Beobai Biolab in second place, and Hingle McCringleberry holding on to third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Budadzaror is climbing to third place. Famaka is also moving up to sixth place. Danmun Salmon and Famaka are nose to tail for sixth. Salmon Salmon is climbing fast into the top 5. Amy and Salmon Salmon are nose to nose for 5th place. Sovi is making a move up to 7th, but still a bit behind the action. Sovi and Amy are neck and neck for 6th place. Maya is climbing up to 10th. Scott Dixon is advancing to 12th. Scott Dixon and Jackal are battling for 11th. Salmon Salmon is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry with a 1.3 second gap. Scott Dixon has climbed 1 spot to 11. Marty Freeze has gained 2 positions and is now 12th. Budadzaror is driving a Vector M12 SR, a sleek and aggressive car. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're making a solid push, but still have some ground to catch the leaders. Salmon Salmon is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Marty Freeze has moved up to 11th place. Chozeng's Ghost is now in 13th place, also up 1 spot. Waffling Godders is driving a 1994 Toyota Supra GT 500. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their own but still have room to move up. Waffling Godders is driving a 1994 Toyota Supra G 500. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding their own, but with the pack so close, overtakes could happen any second. Waffling Godders is climbing up to 7th place. Sovi and Waffling Godders are still nose to nose for that spot. Marty Freeze is sneaking into the top 10. Waffling Godders and Sovi are still neck and neck for 7th place. Sovi just overtook Waffling Otters and is now in 7th. Bamaka is closing in fast on Waffling Otters, cutting the gap by over a second and a third. Marty Freeze is climbing to 9th place. Naiba is making a move to 15th. Any overtakes happening or just steady progress? The GT1 class cars are closely matched in speed, but the circuit's tight corners favor more agile cars like the Lotus Elise and Toyota Supra. Track layout is keeping the top positions competitive, with the faster cars not pulling away much. Know Your Life is driving a 1997 Vector M12 ASR. They're currently in the 15th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with the pace, trailing behind the leaders by a good margin. Samon Samoon and Budazarar are neck and neck for 3rd place. Sovi is making a move, climbing up to 6th. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon, fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is driving a 1997 Hyundai SX GT 500. He's currently in 12th place and seems to be maintaining a steady pace, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Dangman Zamoon is driving a 1997 Panos Esperante GR1. They're currently in 5th place, which is pretty solid considering they start at 7th. Looks like they're holding their own, but they might need to pick up the pace if they want to catch the leaders. Marty Freeze is really having a rough time dropping to 16. Sophie and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Bamaka is inching up to 9th, slowly but surely. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Wow, Gina Jones really showed off today. Congrats on winning the race and snagging the fastest lap. You definitely earned that 1997 Panos Esperante GTR 1. Who would have thought a car from the late 90s could still be this exciting? Great job. Sure. Did you know that the Aviano GP track is known for its quick changes in elevation? It's like the roller coaster of racetracks, making the cars really have to stay on their toes, and the drivers have to be super precise with their braking and accelerating. It's a favorite among race fans for all the unpredictable twists and turns. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the cars are revving up. Make sure you get your pick in before it's too late so you don't miss out on the fun. Alright, so we have two drivers racing Mondeos from the late 90s. Honestly, the difference between a 1993 and 1908 model might be as subtle as a paper cut versus a scratch, but I'd give a slight edge to Nonstop's. This slightly newer model might have some minor tech improvements, making their ride a tad more agile. Jackal's Mondeo is definitely vintage, which might look cool, but could also mean it's a bit more, well, vintage in performance. I'm leaning towards Nonstop's taking this one, but hey, with AI race cars, anything can happen. Alright everyone, Jerk Plays is leading the pack at the Aviano GP, starting on pole with a classic 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. It's like some vintage charm on wheels, ready to shake up this race. Jerk Plays has shot off the line into the lead. I am holding second place with Sovi right behind me in third. The top three are already spreading out a bit. Maya has just claimed the top spot. Jackal is climbing up to third. The real action is between Jackal and Jerk Plays for second place. Sovi just overtook someone to climb to third place. Dovi and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for second. Jackal and Sovi are also in a close fight for third. Sovi is climbing up to second place. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Marcus's lead, now just a second behind. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy and Lasashabi are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. Yes 996 is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by a second and a bit. Iconic Odd is driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA, which is known for its sharp handling and sporty feel. They're currently in the 13th place, so it looks like a solid but slightly behind race for now. Starks is climbing up to 4th place. Jackal and Starks are nose to nose for that spot. Lisa Shibi and Mission Man are locked in a close fight for 9th. Starks and Jerk Plays are neck and neck for 3rd place. Yasnin 96 is closing the gap on Iconic Odd, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Yasnin 196 and Iconic Odd are also battling for 12th. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Lisa Shibi and Mission Man are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Yasmin 196 just sneaked past one car, claimed 12th. Move a Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Lisa Shibi just gained a spot and is now 9th. Mission Man and Lisa Shibi are also fighting for 9th, so things are getting crowded back there. Life just overtook Scott Dixon for 7th place. They're nose to tail now. Mission Man and Lisa Shibi are still locked in a close fight for 9th. Looks like that's next duel to watch. Nonstop Starks is climbing up to 3rd place. Lisa Shibi and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th. Jackal just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Jarrett Plays and Jackal are nose to nose for that spot. Yesnin 196 is inching up to 11th. Yesnin 196 and Mission Man are fighting hard for 10th. Nonstop Starks is climbing up to 2nd place. Soviet Mirab Starks are nose to nose for that spot. Yesnin 196 and Mission Man are locked in a close fight for 10th. Nonstop Starks is holding on to the lead, but Maya is right on their tail. Yesnin 196 and Mission Man are swapping positions every lap for the 10th spot. Iconic Odd is driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leader. Wow, congratulations! You really left the competition in the dust. Looks like all those hours of racing practice paid off. That was a fantastic win. Here's a fun fact for you all about the BTC racing cars. These cars are actually built to be very close to their street versions, which means the racing is not only thrilling, but also a pretty good sneak peek of what you might drive yourself. Plus, the BTCC cars are known for having some pretty aggressive racing and close battles, making every race unpredictable and exciting. It's like watching a real-world demolition derby with a touch of finesse. Alright everyone, get those final choices in before the countdown hits 0. I don't want anyone missing out on their chance to see which AI car will dominate today's race. Hurry up and make your pick. Alright, we've got Amy in the 1998 Ford Mondeo and Maracus in the 1991 Nissan Primera P10. Both classic choices. But it definitely comes down to how these robots handle the Fort Wayne road circuit. The Mondeo might have a bit more modern engineering to give it an edge, especially in handling instability. But the Primera P10 is known for its reliability and balanced performance. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Amy's Mondeo just because it's a tad newer and might have a slight speed advantage. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. Maybe Maracus pulls a sneaky move. We'll see. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Fort Wayne Road Circuit, and look who's on pole. It's the new for life in a classic 1992 BMW 318 Ion classic ride. Let's see if it can hold its ground. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place. Josh Bush is currently sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Brando Buster is climbing to fourth place. Scott Dixon and Brando Buster are nose to tail for that same spot. I'm inching up to sixth, trying to keep it interesting. Nacho Chaos is climbing up to 11th place. Marcus and Amy are nose to nose for 13th. Franquerdi is inching into 16th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place after a sneaky move. New for Life and Hingle are nose to nose for the lead. I am climbing up to fifth place, inching closer to the front. Marcus just sneaked into the top 15, pushing Gina Jones a bit further down. Gina and Marcus are nose to nose for that 14th spot. Ye Zilgaming and Skex's Biopri are locked in a close fight for the 19th position. Jackal and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 6th place. Sovi and D Fizzards are locked in a close fight for 9th. Ye Zilgaming just sneaked up one spot to 19th. Josh Biosh and New for Life are nose to tail for second place. Jackal is climbing up to sixth, just one spot away from a top 5. Rosego Gaming and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 7th. Rosego Gaming just gained a spot and is now in 7th place. De Fitzets is closing the gap on Scott Dixon, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Nacho Chaos and Sovi are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Archerona 92 is driving a BMW 635 CSI from 1988. They're currently in the 18th place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the front runners. Josh Biosh and Woo for Life are nose to tail for second place. Ozinthuadun 2 is climbing up to 25th. Neo Texum is also on the move, now 27th. Brando Buster and Josh Biosh are nose to tail for third place. Zoe and D Fizzards are also locked in a close fight for 9. Rex and Sir just made a move, climbing one spot to 11. Jackal advances one spot to 5th place. Sovi moves up 2 spots into 8. Scott Dixon and Sovi are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. D-Thats is now in 10th place, closing the gap with Rexnezer. Rexnezer and D-Fizzards are nose to tail for that 10th spot. Nacho Chaos is creeping up to 12th place, making moves. Gina Jones just overtook 15 cars to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina are now nose to nose for first place. Figure Sport is chipping away at Frank lead, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Rome Spider is climbing fast, now in 21st place after overtaking 7 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is now in the lead, just ahead of New for Life, who moved up to second. Rome Spider is dropping like a stone, now in 29th place. Randobooster is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Sovi is also making moves, now in 7th. Jackal is now in 4th place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 8th. Maricus has climbed 2 spots to 12th. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 9th place. Mahokaos is now in 10th. Rislat Ingyo has made a move to 20. Rosé Gold Gaming is really having a tough time, dropping to the back of the pack at 27. Maricus is climbing up to 11th place, inching closer to the front. Deserts is right behind at 12th, trying to make a move. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job! Wow, Hingle McCringleberry is really on fire today. Congratulations on winning the race and grabbing the fastest lap. That Renault 19 from 1993 is definitely a classic. Jackal, take a bow for the most overtakes. That Vauxhall Cavalier from 1991 is all yours. Amazing drives all around. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid. It's got that perfect combination of cutting-edge hybrid tech and proven performance on challenging circuits like Lebanon. The Audi R18s are fantastic too, but the Porsche has that extra edge in endurance and efficiency, which could give it an advantage in a race like this. The other cars are definitely contenders, but I think the Porsche might just edge out the rest in this lineup. Well, looking at the cars, the 2018 BR, Engineering BR, one is a pretty impressive machine. It's newer, likely has better aerodynamics and tech, so you'd think it has the edge. On the other hand, the 2015 Rebellion R1 has a lot of racing history behind it, but it's a few years older now. Overall, I'd say new for life. In the Brone might have a slight advantage, but Hingle McCringleberry's Rebellion isn't exactly a slouch either. It could come down to who handles the circuit better. My bet? I'm leaning towards new for life, sneaking into the lead, but it's definitely going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuit Lebanon. Gina Jones is on pole, racing in the LMP1 class with a 2018 BR Engineering BR1. Let's see if she can hold her lead or if those other cars have tricks up their sleeves. Gina Jones is leading the pack right now. New for Life is right behind her in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to second place, but New for Life is right on his tail. Amy and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for fifth position. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Jackal and Sylvie are trading paint for seventh. This race just keeps getting more intense. Hingle McCringleberry is now in second place. Jackal has climbed 2 spots to sit in sixth. Baco Grande is up 1 position and is now in 9th. Basho Grande is closing in on Amy and chipping away at that gap. Pumpkin Off Glory has just moved up 1 spot to 13th. Feskies is also climbing up 1 spot to 15th. Jackal is driving a 2015 Rebellion R1, which is known for its aerodynamic design and hybrid powertrain. Looks like he's making a move from 8th to 6th place, so he's definitely pushing hard. JC Productions is driving a 2004 Chrysler Viper. GRET, ET, SR, they're currently in the 13th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the mix. New for Life is dropping back to 9th place. Maya has climbed to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is now in 4th. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for 3rd. New for Life is having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 16th. Jackal is climbing up 1 spot to occupy the 4th position. Scott Dixon and Jackal are nose-to-tail fighting for the 4th spot. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot into 4th place. Jackal and Scott Dixon are battling closely for that 4th position. Hot Bolognese has gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Flaming Buddha and Crandalive are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Move for Life is creeping up on Feskies, chopping the gap down by nearly 4 seconds. Scott Dixon is driving a 2015 Audi R18e Tron Quattro. He's currently in 4th place and has a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 22 seconds, which is pretty solid. Looks like he's holding his own in the top 5. Jackal is climbing to 4th place. Sovi is also advancing to 5th. Scott Dixon and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 5th. JC Productions just overtook someone to take 9th place. Hot Bolognese is climbing up to 13th, closing in on Platigami. Looks like a fun little scrap for that 13th spot. Blaming Buddha just overtook someone to land in 10th place. New for Life is climbing up to 14th, and it looks like Platigami and New for Life are neck and neck for that 14th spot. Sovi is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is closing in on Scott Dixon, now just a second behind. Lady Gami has moved up to 14th and is battling hotly with Hot Bolognese for 13th. Wow, Ingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their winning dance. Congratulations on the win. Well, congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the race. Clearly showing off some serious racing skills today. And a big shout out to Sovi for the most overtakes. Truly a master of the art of weaving through traffic. Hingle McCringleberry, you've earned the 2015 Rebellion R1, so go ahead and claim that shiny machine. Sovi with the most overtakes, you get the 2015 Porsche 9x9 Hybrid. Pretty sweet prize for being so aggressive out there. Great race, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2011 Chevrolet Silverado might have a slight edge. Even though all these trucks are more built for hauling than racing, the Silverado typically has a bit more street cred in terms of speed and handling in its class. The Dodge Ram and Toyota Tundra are sturdy, but I doubt they're hitting top speeds as effortlessly. So, I'd put my chips on the Silverado to probably cross the finish line first on that Super 8 circuit. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Both of these drivers are rocking trucks from the same year, so it's really going to come down to the AI driving skills and the car handling. The Chevrolet Silverado has a reputation for reliability and steady performance, but the Dodge Ram might have a bit more muscle under the hood with that aggressive design. Honestly, I'd put my bets on the Silverado for its balanced handling, but don't count out the Ram just yet. It's going to be a close one, and I can't wait to see which AI takes the lead. Alright, folks, the race is underway at the Super 8 track, and leading the pack is New for Life in the pole position, driving a classic 2011 Chevrolet Silverado in NASCAR Trucks class. Let's see if that old beast can hold on or if the new guys will catch up. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second. I'm holding the third spot for now, that's me. Let's see if I can hold on to it or if the AI has other plans. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Betherlane and Sophie are nose to tail for fourth. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Betherlane has just overtaken Sophie and is now in fourth place. The battle for fourth is heating up with those two neck and neck. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Gina Jones is now in 6th. Elias Hanasinin, Anilahatilin, Idolin in 6th. A2Ove has just moved into 7th. Amy is leading the pack in 5th. Atilohave is in a Dodge Ram, starting from 8th place. They're currently in 7th. So they've gained a spot but not exactly flying through the field. Fastest lap is close to the others, so they're holding their own. Scott Dixon is driving a Toyota Tundra, starting in 10th place. His fastest lap is over a minute slower than the leader, so he's struggling to keep up. Sophie's driving a Chevrolet Silverado and currently sitting in 8th place. Looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace. Their fastest lap is noticeably slower than the leaders. Maya is now in first place. Inga McCringleberry has moved up to second. Betherlane is in third. The race is heating up. New Real for Life is dropping back to the 10th place. Amy is climbing to 4th. Gina Jones is moving up to 5th. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could drop in again. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI car races. Hinga May Kringleberry is now in first place. Gina Jones has moved up to 4th. Sophie is closing the gap on Amy by 1 second, so keep an eye on that. Gina Jones is driving a Dodge Ram and currently in 4th place. Her fastest lap is 0:31.604. So she's holding a decent pace but still has some ground to catch up to the leaders. Maya's Toyota Tundra is currently in 2nd place, just behind Hingle McCringleberry. She's fastest on the track with a 0:30.546 lap. Looks like she's pushing hard but still chasing the leader. Alright everyone, it seems the AI struggled quite a bit with the track today, so we're wrapping up the race a bit early. But don't worry, the points have already been tallied, so the standings are final. Looks like some cars really made a splash while others, well, let's just say they made quite the impression on the barriers instead. Stay tuned for the next race, and maybe this time they'll surprise us. Well, congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry on winning this thrilling race. You really showed those cars who's boss. Great job! And a huge shout out to Nwu for Life for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado for that speedy performance. Looks like you're ready to hit the highway. Gian Jones, you did the most overtakes, so you get yourself a 2011 Dodge Ram. Nice work dominating those turns and making moves. Keep those engines roaring, everyone. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car. Time's almost up, so make your decision before they zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one takes the checkered flag. Hey Penguin 420, welcome back to the stream. It's great to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Get ready for some digital car chaos. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Corvette C5R is a powerful beast, known for its raw speed and endurance. On the other hand, the TVR Speed 12 GTS is a wild card with its lightweight frame and aggressive design. Given the track and the car's characteristics, I'd say the Corvette might have a slight edge in raw acceleration and stability, especially on a race like Black Cat County Intermediate. But don't count out the Tour. Its agility could surprise us and shake things up mid-race. So, if I had to put my chips down, I'd put my money on Jackal's Corvette for a good fight. But honestly, with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Black Cat County Intermediate with Bahubai Biolab leading the pack in their 2003 Pagani Zonda GR. Let's see if they can hold that pole position or if someone else will zoom past. Bahubai Biolab has shot off into the lead, followed closely by Nox Exodus. Amy is holding third, but not for long if they keep this pace. Nox Exodus is now in first place. Bahubai Biolab and Nox Exodus are still battling for the lead. Leproson 1980 has moved up to third place. La Croissant 1980 just made a move on Amy for third place. Looks like La Croissant 1980 is feeling aggressive today. Sophie and Jackal are still nose to nose for 7th. Penguin 420 and Sophie are also fighting hard for 8th. Things are heating up in the midfield. La Croissant 1980 and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Sophie is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the pack. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 3rd place. Gina Jones and Amy are locked in a close fight for 4th. Hingle, McCringleberry and Move for Life are battling it out for 10th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. She's closing in on La Croissant 1980 for 3rd. The fight for 9th between New for Life and Jackal is heating up. Scott Dixon is now in 5th place, closing in on Amy. Amy and Dixon are still neck and neck for that spot. Novu for Life has moved up to 9th place, making some progress. Gina Jones just sneaked into 3rd place. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 5th. And I see Maya and Jackal are still locked in a close fight for 10th. Sophie and Amy are nose to nose for 6th place. Penguin 420 and Sophie are also locked in a fierce duel for 7th. I am inching closer to the top 10, climbing 1 spot to 10th. Maya is closing in on New for Life and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Yama Priest has moved up 1 spot to 14. Mr. Wolf J is also up 1 spot to 15. Maya is currently in the 11th place with a 1998 TV R Speed 12 GTS. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. The car is a bit older, but still capable of good performance. Gina Jones and Bao Bai Biolab are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a close fight there. Hingo McCringleberry and Jackal are also locked in a tight duel for 11th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Gina Jones is climbing up to 2nd place. Mr. Wolf Jane and Yama Priest are still nose to nose for 14th. Violetta Mama is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by just over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 11th place. Jackal and Hingle are nose to nose for that same spot. Mr. Wolf J is also advancing to 14th place. Maya is currently in the 11th place with the 1998 TBR Speed 12 GTS. Looks like she's stuck behind some faster cars but hasn't lost too much time yet. Bao Bai Biolab is closing in on Gina Jones fast. The gap shrinks by 1.15 and they're battling hard for 2nd place. I'm moving up 1 spot to 9th, climbing the ranks. La Croix 1980 is climbing to 3rd place. Sophie and Amy are nose to nose for 6th. Penguin 420 and Sophie are also locked in a tight fight for 7th. Maya is maintaining a steady pace in 8th place. Ingo McCringleberry is now just half a second behind, New for Life. Everlasting Apex has overtaken someone to climb into 15th place. Everlasting Apex and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail for 14th position. Gina Jones is making a strong push from 7th to 2nd, and with the fastest lap, she's definitely eyeing the top spot. Gina Jones is holding 2nd place and just set the fastest lap, so she's definitely pushing for the win. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 2004 Lister Storm GT. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap so far, and they're sitting in 12th place, struggling to keep up. Well, look at that. Knox Exodus took the top spot. Guess they're the fastest in Black Cat County today. Well done. Congratulations to Knox Exodus for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. Well done! And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for winning the bet race. You can claim that shiny 1998 TV, R Speed 12 GTS. Gina Jones, you also did an incredible job with the most overtakes, so you're up next to claim that same car. Nice work, everyone. Here's a fun fact for you. Modern supercars in the racing class are often equipped with technology that makes them feel like they're from the future. They have active aerodynamics that can change the shape of the car to give more downforce or reduce drag depending on the need. It's like having a car that can decide if it wants to stick to the road or slice through the air smoothly. Basically, they're built to win races, but also to make us feel like we're watching something out of a sci-fi movie. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't want to miss your chance to see your chosen machine race to victory. Time's almost up, so make your decision quick. Wow, what a matchup! The SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo is known for its speed and raw power, especially with that 27 model. On the other hand, the Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR from 1999 is a classic racing beast, with incredible handling and aerodynamics, but maybe a bit less horsepower than the Aero. Given the course at Laguna Seca Vintage with those tricky corners, I'd say the Mercedes might have an edge in agility and control. But if the Aero gets a good launch and can maintain top speed through the straights, it could zoom past. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd put my chips on the Mercedes for that balance of handling and stability around those tight corners. Let's see how the AI drivers translate that into actual racing. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Laguna Seca Vintage. Leading the pack is the NW4 Life car, a sleek 2015 Lotus 311, sitting on pole. Looks like it's ready to unleash some vintage speed. Stay tuned! The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Slipslidaming in second and Everlasting Apex in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Slipslidaming is now in first place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has moved up to third. Amy and Everlasting Apex are battling closely for fourth. Gina Jones is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into the 13th place. Amy is inching closer to the top 4, just 1 spot behind. Agri's 34 is also making progress, now in 6th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Baobay Biolap has just overtaken someone to sit in 6th. Waifuan is now in 8th after a nice move forward. Amy is closing the gap on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, cutting it down by 2:30 seconds. Everlasting Apex is climbing fast into 3rd place. Baobay Biolab is making a move into 5th. Agrade 34 is also gaining ground into 6th. Imogen Tempus is on a roll, climbing to 11th place. Scott Dixon is right behind, making a move to 12th place. Chaotic Weirdo is also gaining ground, now 13th place. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 21 cars. Amy has also made a huge jump, claiming second after her own 21 overtakes. Slipslidaming and Amy are nose to nose, fighting hard for second spot. Baobay Biolab is on fire, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Waifuan is also making moves, grabbing 5th after a similar surge. Kalmetwi is not far behind, pushing through to 7th. The race is heating up. Maya is charging ahead, passing 8 cars to take the lead. Slipslidaming is right behind, and Maya is not giving up that spot easily. Over in the midfield, Agrade 34 and Kalmetwi are locked in a close fight for 7th. Gina Jones is on a tear, overtaking 16 cars to grab 2nd place. Tukins Flora and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 15th. Marty Freeze is closing in on Sovi, shaving off 2.2 seconds. Slipslidaming is now in 1st place. Everlasting Apex has climbed to 6th. Kalmetwi is now in 7th. Waifuan is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Move for Life is making a strong push, now in 2nd. Bao by Biolalab is also climbing, moving up 2 spots to 3rd. Things are heating up at the front. Marty Freeze is on a roll, climbing to the 17th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is also making moves, now in the 20th spot. Waifuana is nudged into 4th, showing some serious determination. View for Life is gaining on Slipslide Gaming, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Agrit's 34 has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. The Lightning Thief has also moved up 1 spot to claim 7th place. Calmetwi is closing in on Waifuan, cutting the gap by 1 second. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to 15th place. Asuaroni and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to nose for that same spot. Waifuana and Baobai Biolab are nose to nose for 3rd place. Jackal has climbed up to 11th. Asuaroni is now in 15th. Waifuan is climbing up to 3rd place. Kolmetwi and Baobai Biolab are nose to nose for 4th. Jackal is making a move to 10th. Wow. Slipslide Gaming took the checkered flag. Guess they really slipped past the competition to win. Well played. Congratulations to Slipslide Gaming on winning the race. Well played. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Jackal for the most overtakes today. You've earned yourself a 2015 W Motors Lycan Hypersport. Nice work claiming that sleek beast. Sure thing. Did you know that the Grindelwald track is designed to look like a wild alpine roller coaster? It's got twists and turns that make you feel like you're actually racing through the Swiss Alps. I swear. If these AI cars had a sense of adventure, they'd be screaming all the way down those hairpin bends. Hey everyone! Time is almost up to pick your favorite car. Make those choices quick before they disappear into the virtual sunset. Don't miss your chance to root for the fastest or the flashiest, because after that, it's racing time. Well, this is quite the throwback race, isn't it? Sovying that old-school Ford Mustang might have the style, but probably not the speed advantage, especially on a tricky course like Grindelwald. On the other hand, Scott Dixon in the 1982 Ford Falcon might bring a touch of vintage charm with some surprising agility. If I had to pick, I'd say the Falcon has a slight edge for being perhaps lighter and more nimble. But don't underestimate the Mustang's raw power. I'd put my money on Scott Dixon pulling ahead in the end, though Sylvie might put up a good fight. Let's see how these classics perform. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Grindelwald. And in Group A, Amy is starting on pole position, driving a classic 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its ground against the modern rivals. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Siror in second place, and Maya holding on to third. Let's see if anyone can shake up this order early on. Jackal just swooped into first place after overtake 5 cars in a flash. Amy and Jackal are nose-to-tail fighting for the lead. The Betty White Show has climbed 1 spot to 10th. New for Life just sliced through the pack to take second place. Amy and New for Life are nose to nose for second. The Betty White Show nudges into 10th, inching up. Sylvie is on a tier moving up to third place. The Betty White Show is making a strong push into 6th. Darigaz is climbing fast into 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th place. Oteliatorius is also moving up to 14th place. Willow Shrub and Oteliatorius are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and the Betty White Show are neck and neck for 6th place. Gina Jones and Bleach Mepsi are fighting hard for 8th. Lord Secresby and Jade Ann Byrne are locked in a close scrap for 12th. Gina Jones is climbing to 8th place. Lord Secresby has advanced to 11th. Oteliatorius is now in 13th. Le Kaiju advances to 11th place. Lisa Shibi climbs to 14th place. Jackal and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 16th place. Jackal is climbing 1 spot to 16. Jackal and J.D. Anburn are nose to nose for 15. New for Life is also moving up 1 spot to 17. Sylvie is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Scott Dixon is in 4th, moving up 1 position. The Betty White Show is in 5th, also climbing 1 spot. Maya is storming through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 7 cars. Amy and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Lord Secretsby is climbing steadily, moving up 2 positions to sit in 11th. Lisa Shibi is making a move, now in 12th place. Jackal and New for Life are right behind, both climbing 3 spots to 13th and 14th. Looks like a tight battle for that mid-pack. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Bleach Map C is catching Hingle McCringleberry fast. Darigaz is right behind Bleach Map C, closing in quickly. Sovi is now in 1st place. Itzaror has moved up to 2nd. Yadi Enburen is closing the gap on me, reducing it by a full second. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place. Autodeatorias has moved into 10th. Willow Shrub is gaining on Roof for Life, closing the gap by just over a second. Lisa Shibi is gaining on Lord Crispy, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lukaiju and J.D. Anburn are locked in a close fight for 17th place. Jackal is gaining on Liza Shibi, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. J.D. Anburn is catching up to me, closing the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Scott Dixon's driving a 1982 Ford Falcon, and he's currently in 3rd place. His fastest lap is 1:33.515, so he's holding steady but not exactly blazing the trail. Darigaz is now in 8th place. Lisa Shibi is closing the gap on Lord Crispy, cutting it down by 1.5 seconds. Lukaiju has moved up to 17th. Scott Dixon just overtook Sovi for the lead. Sovi is not giving up easily though. It's Sorrow dropping further back, now 11 places behind. Scott Dixon is closing in on the leader. This race is heating up. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Guess he's still got it. Wow! Scott Dixon really pulled it off. Big congrats to him on winning the race. He definitely earned that victory. And congratulations to Jackal for snagging the fastest lap. That 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500 is a sweet ride. Hope you enjoy claiming it. Scott Dixon, you also get to claim the 1982 Ford Falcon. Not too shabby either. Looks like you're leaving the race with some serious hardware. Oh, here's a fun fact for you. Termas de Rio Hondo is actually located in Argentina, and is famous not just for racing but also for its nearby hot springs. Imagine racing your car and then relaxing in some natural hot water afterwards. Now that's a relaxing way to celebrate a win or drown your sorrows after a crash. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost finished, so make your choice before the race starts. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI driver will come out on top. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos as we watch these AI cars battle it out on the track. Buckle up! It's going to be a wild ride. Well, this is quite the throwback race. Scott Dixon on the Ford Fairlane versus Gina Jones on the Chevy 2 Nova SS Steptero. Both classic cars from 1966, so it's going to come down to handling, and maybe a bit of driver AI finesse. Honestly, the Fairlane has a bit more muscle under the hood, so I might lean towards Scott Dixon's car, giving him a slight edge. But don't count Gina out. Sometimes the Nova can surprise you with its agility. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm placing my bet on Scott Dixon edging out in this one. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Termisterio Hondo, with Nuwa for Life on pole in that classic 1967 Chevrolet Impala. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lead, or if the new tech will leave it in the dust. Right at the start, Nuwa for Life is leading the race, holding a slight edge. Sovi is in second place, trying to keep up. Jackal is close behind in third, already making some moves. Jackal and Sovi are nose to nose for second place. Gina Jones is climbing up to fifth. Hingle Me Kringleberry and Gina Jones are fighting hard for fifth. Jackal climbs to second place. Maya advances to third. Everlasting Apex surges to sixth. Maya and Jackal are nose to tail for second place. Gina Jones has just overtaken Sovi and is now in fourth. Sovi and Gina Jones are fighting hard for that fourth spot. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap to the leader. The battle for first between Maya and Nuwa for Life is heating up. Gina Jones is gaining on Jackal, cutting the time difference significantly. Maya has just taken the lead, claiming the top spot. Nuwa for Life is right behind, not giving up that easily. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily, now in 8th place. Jackal just overtook someone to take second place. Nuwa for Life and Jackal are still nose to tail for that spot. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Guozhou is also gaining ground, now in 6th. The real drama is between Fuzhou and Sovi, fighting for 5th place. Nadisberry and Nox Exodus are nose to tail for 12th place. Anarchisix is sneaking up to 15th. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 7th place. Nadisberry is now in 12th. Catgirl TM has moved into 13th. Guozhou just overtook Sovi and is now in 5th place. Sovi is trying to fight back but still behind. Inga McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th. No clear winner yet. Anarchisix just overtook Nox Exodus and is now in 14th place. They are still nose to nose, so this battle isn't over yet. Jackal is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved up to 2nd. Move for Life is in 3rd. The race is heating up with some smooth moves. Fuzhou is climbing to 4th place. Everlasting Apex is advancing to 5th. Scott Dixon is moving up to 6th. The race is heating up. Inga McCringleberry is climbing into 7th place now. Sovi and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Ruki Miriki is also making a move, grabbing 9th place. Nadisberry is climbing to 11th place. Anarchisix is advancing to 12th place. Catgirl TM is pushing up to 13th place. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 15th place. Broxworth is also making moves, now in 16th place. Guozhou and New for Life are neck and neck for 3rd place. Scott Dixon and Everlasting Apex are trading paint for 5th. Thomas Moran is climbing up to 17th. Looks like he's on a mission. Fuzhou is now in 3rd place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 5th. Areo Serial is climbing to 13th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 4th place. New for Life and Dixon are still battling for that spot. Nadisberry is closing the gap on Patsos, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Nox Exodus is inching closer to Catgirl TM, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Maya is catching up to Thomas Moran, shrinking the distance by 2.2 seconds. Anarchisix is gaining on Nadisberry, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Maya is hot on Thomas Moran's tail, inching closer with every lap. Wow, Jackal. You really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win at Termas de Rio Hondo. Wow! Jackal snags the win. Nice job out there. And it looks like Jackal also set the fastest lap. So they're getting that sweet 1965 Ford Mustang Gina Jones. Congratulations on winning the bet race. You're claiming the 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. Great racing today, everyone. Alright, here's a fun fact about Dover International Speedway. It's known as the Monster Mile because the track is pretty intense with its high banking and demanding surface. It earned that nickname because it can really shake up the standings and give drivers a serious challenge. Basically, if you make a mistake here, it's like walking into a monster trying to gobble you up. Well, looking at these two, I have to say the Dodge Ram might have a slight edge because it's a bit more aggressive in style, and might be a tad lighter on its feet, compared to that Toyota Tundra. But then again, the Tundra has a reputation for durability, so maybe Dank Nuggins will just keep going and going. It's a tough call, but I'd place my bet on Cobber and the Dodge Ram, just because muscle usually has an upper hand on a high-speed track like Dover. However, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen, so I'll be excited to see how it all unfolds. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Dover, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 2011 Toyota Tundra. He's starting strong from the pole, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if chaos will ensue. Akanone is leading the race right now, followed closely by En Route for Life. In second place, Scott Dixon is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Chaotic Weirdo is making a move, climbing 3 places to 26. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the front, now in second. JD Anburn is also on the rise, grabbing third place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a statement by jumping to first place. Cobber is right behind, climbing through the ranks. Dank Nuggins is not far off, also making a move. Looks like a 3-way battle for the top. Dank Nuggins just gained 1 spot and is now in second place. Knox Exodus and Big Boy Betts are nose to nose for 5th. Jackal and Asironi are locked in a close fight for 12th. Cobber just moved up 1 spot to take second place. Dank Nuggins and Cobber are still nose-to-tail fighting for that second spot. Jaibu Ogi and Knox Exodus are locked in a close duel for 6th. 勇敢Stortu. 102 is dropping like a stone. Now 11 places behind in 30th. Dank Nuggins is climbing steadily, now in second place. Copper and Dank Nuggins are nose to tail, fighting hard for second spot. Copper has just overtaken someone to take second place. Big Boy Bets is closing in, now just 2 spots behind. They're neck and neck for that second position. Dank Nuggins and Big Boy Bets are battling hard for third place. Random 69 and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 6th. Dave Factor is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Dave Factor and Rondon 69 are also fighting for 7th. Rondon 69 and Nox Exodus are nose to tail for 6th place. Jay Boogie just snuck into 8th and is eyeing 7th. Rondon 69 and Jay Boogie are now battling for 7th. Looks like a real game of musical chairs. Dank Nuggins and Big Boy Bets are nose to tail for 3rd place. Trash Crashton and Dank Nuggins are also ducking it out for 4th. Dave Actor is climbing fast up 2 spots to 7th. Dank Nuggins is holding on to 3rd place, but Big Boy Bets is right behind him, looking for a move. Nox Exodus and Trash Crashton are still locked in a close fight for 5th, with no clear winner yet. Jay Boogie and Dave Actor are battling for 7th, and it's getting pretty intense. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Definitely a well-earned victory. And big shout out to New for Life for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. Nice work. Also kudos to Jekyll for making the most overtakes today. That's some aggressive racing right there. You can claim a 2011 Dodge Ram. Enjoy your new rides, folks. Alright folks, time's almost up, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment. Don't let your future race champion slip away because you were too slow. Get those choices in before the countdown ends, and settle in for some high-speed AI action. Who will take the lead? Stay tuned. Alright, we've got Scott Dixon in a sleek 2015 Porsche 718, Cayman GT4, and New for Life, in a nimble 28 KTM, Crossbow GT4. Now, both are impressive machines, but they're quite different beasts. The Porsche is known for its balanced handling and speed, especially on a technical track like Onodara Circuit National. It's a solid choice for race consistency and might push ahead in the long run. On the other hand, the KTM Expo is incredibly lightweight and agile. It's probably a bit of a wild card here because it can cut corners like a hot knife through butter, but might struggle a little on the straightaways against the Porsche's power. If I had to put my chips down, I'd bet on Scott Dixon's Porsche to take the win. It's a bit more built for the kind of endurance racing and technical finesse that this circuit demands. But don't count out the KTM. It could definitely make life interesting by darting around and sneaking ahead in the corners. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, Gina Jones is kicking things off from the front in her 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. She's got pole position at the Anadara Circuit National Track. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI drivers have other plans. Gina Jones is leading right out of the gate, followed closely by Jackal and Scott Dixon. Looks like Gina's got the early edge, but Jackal and Scott are hot on her tail. Zovi is climbing up to 4th place now. Hingel, McCringleberry and Sovi are nose to nose for that spot. Rusnapom 6 has advanced to 7th place. Rusnapom 6 is climbing to 6th place. Amy is also moving up to 8th. Shalesy and Amy are nose to nose for 8th place. Velocitor 14 is driving a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto Corsi. They're currently in 15th place, making steady progress but still a few spots behind the leaders. Mufaev just overtook someone to take the 6th place. Amy and I are both climbing up to 8th and 9th respectively. Looks like a little race for the middle. Rusnapom 6 and Enmu Forlife are nose to tail for 6th place. Velocitor 14 just sneaked into the top 14, climbing 1 spot. Velocitor 14 is gaining on Kilo Juliet Delta, closing the gap by over a second. Jabuogi has climbed 1 spot to 16. Thomas Moran and Jabuogi are nose to tail for the 17th position. Shalesy and Maya are nose to tail for 9th place. Jungan Stortuatu is climbing up to 15th place. Buckywood and Jungansauce toward 202 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Jabuogi is climbing up to 16th place. Vanona 1857 is now in 19th place. Yamchabipanda is closing in on Clevis 3, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Velocitor 14 and Kilo Juliet Elta are nose to tail for 12th place. Jungan Stort 202 is inching up to take the next spot. The Dreamkeeper and Jungan Stort 202 are fighting hard for 14th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the GT4 cars with better handling like Gina and Jackal, while the TCS are struggling to keep up, especially with the Subaru and Audi trying to find their rhythm. Velocitor 14 advances to 12th place. Jabuogi climbs to 15. Vanona 1857 moves up to 18 Tonne. Vanona 1857 and Buckybird are nose to nose for 17. Yungjansis Torbuo 2 is inching closer to Kilo Julia Delta, closing the gap by a second and a half. Vanon Thein 57 has climbed one spot to 17th place. Vanona 1857 and the Dreamkeeper are locked in a fierce duel for 16th place. Maya is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Vanona 1857 and the Dreamkeeper are still neck and neck for 16th. Thomas Moran is gaining on Vanon 1857, shrinking the distance by a second and a half. Maya is closing in on Rasnapam 6, cutting the gap down by almost 2 seconds. Vanona 1857 is climbing up to 16th place, leaving someone behind. Yongjan Storbu 2 just climbed one spot to 13. Plebis 3 gained 2 spots, now in 17th. Thomas Moran and Plebis 3 are nose to tail for 17th place. Jabo Ogi and Kilo Juliet Delta are nose to nose for 14th place. Thomas Moran just climbed one spot to 17th. Buckyboard is chipping away at the Dreamkeeper, closing the gap by a second and a half. Well, look at that. Gina Jones just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Congratulations to Gina Jones for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive race finish. Well done. Now, as for those lucky drivers, Jackal, you snagged the fastest lap, so you can claim a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Scott Dixon, you won the bet race, meaning you get a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. And Sovi, you did the most overtakes, earning yourself a 28 KTM Crossbow GT4. Great effort all around. A fun fact about the 2014 Dallara AL15 is that it's actually a racing car designed specifically for the Indy Lights series, acting as a stepping stone for drivers aiming to reach the IndyCar Championship. This car is built for speed and agility, and it even features a super sleek design that makes it look like it's going faster just sitting still. It's like the superhero of open-wheel racing cars, ready to launch talented drivers toward the big leap. Alright, so we've got Wannabe Kiddo with a mystery background and Amy making her debut this month. It's like a game of chance, but I'll say Amy might have a slight edge since she's fresh and eager to prove herself. Wannabe Kiddo could have some tricks up their sleeve, but without any info, I'd put my money on Amy. Let's see if her first race this month becomes a winning streak. Stay tuned. Alright folks, Maya is starting at the front in the Indy Lights class, driving a 2014 Dallara IL-15. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to it as the race kicks off here at Apricot Hill. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. Jackal is holding strong in second, and Dank Nuggins is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Jackal is now in first place. Scott Dixon has moved up to third. Dank Nuggins and Scott Dixon are battling closely for third position. Dank Nuggins just gained one spot and is now in third place. Wannabikido and Nerikis are nose to nose for 8. Shoebox TV and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11. Maya is currently in the 8th place trying to hold off the pack. Mission, Man and Amy are nose to nose for 10th. Mafia Mavi and Global Sixel are swapping positions for 17. Gina Jones and Neganarate are locked in a close fight for 21st. Tyler just sneaked into the 13th spot. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to 17. Asuroni and Queen Manda are nose to nose for 24th. V39 is climbing up to 13th place. Igenerite and Keruvin are neck and neck for 20th. Schmerz and Leva and Rex and Zera are locked in a close fight for 27. Tyler just sneaks into 13th place. Looks like VD39 and Tyler are neck and neck for that spot. Karuvinen and Hingle McCringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 19. Globalist Itzel is currently in 19th place. Their car is a 2014 Dallara IL-15, just like everyone else's. Looks like they're quietly crawling through the pack. Ruzigo Gaming is holding on to the 25th spot with Asuroni right behind. Unkoni, Buddy, and Schmerzenleib are neck and neck for 28. No one's giving an inch so far. Sovi is running in 15th place. Their car is a 2014 Dallara IL-15, just like everyone else's. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any moves yet. Nouveau Life just overtook Scott Dixon and is now in 4th place. Scott Dixon is hanging close behind, ready to fight back. Mafia Mavi and Shotoruro are neck and neck for 16th. Looks like a close one. Downtoquist is climbing up to 5th place. Matthew Zorsrex is now 6th. Maricus is knocking on 7th. Looks like they're all in a little race within the race. Eganarite is charging through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 5 cars. Asuroni is also making moves, climbing to 22nd after passing 3 races. Scott Dixon is having a tough time, dropping 20 spots to 29. Tyler and VD39 are nose to nose for 12th place. Karuvinen just gained 2 spots and is now in 19th. Globals Evskara and Karuvinen are also fighting for 19th. Looks like chaos in the middle of the pack. Congratulations, Jackal. Looks like your car and skills both decided to take the lead. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Jackal really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. You definitely earned that victory today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1992 Jaguar X J220. It's got that legendary speed and handling that would make it a fierce competitor on a vintage circuit like Monza. Plus, who wouldn't want to see a car with that much fame and a sleek design taking the checkered flag? The others are impressive, but the XT220 just has that extra edge in my book for a race like this. Hey, everyone! The clock is ticking down, so make sure to pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see which AI vehicle will take the checkered flag. Hurry up and get those selections in. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad you could return just in time for the high-speed chaos. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars burn rubber, and maybe even surprise us every now and then. Alright, this is a classic showdown. The Ford Mustang SVT Cobra is a beast with its raw American muscle. Probably packing a lot of power, but maybe a little less nimble on those tight Monza corners. On the other hand, the Nissan Skyline GTR 32 is known for its technology and handling, often called the Godzilla of the street. Honestly, I'd say Nulevi has a slight edge here because of the Skyline's legendary all-wheel drive and balanced chassis. But hey, the Cobras might make a surprise if it manages to use its horsepower to blitz down the straights. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Monza Vintage Road, and Rookie Miriki is on pole in a 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1A. Looks like a classic battle is about to unfold. Marcus is leading the race right now. Scott Dixon is holding on to second place, and Rookie Miriki is in third. Looks like Marcus is trying to set the pace early on. Maya is slicing through the field, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Rookie Miriki and Maya are nose to tail fighting hard for second. Jackal and Scott Dixon are locked in a close duel for fourth. Gina Jones is slicing through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Abomzi is climbing steadily, now in 4th place after gaining 2 spots. Nulavi is making a move, now in 7th after moving up 1 position. Maya takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Rookie Miriki also advances 1 spot to 2nd. Gina Jones climbs 2 spots to 10th. The race is heating up. Abomzi is climbing up to 3rd place. Marcus and Abomzi are nose to nose for that spot. Sovi is making a move up to 8th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Rob Swizzle, chipping away at the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy is climbing up the ranks, moving into 13th place. Figureta Sport and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight battle for 14th place. Abomsi is gaining on Rookie Miriki, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Jackal and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 5th place. Sylvie is chopping down the distance to Nulavi, now just a second and a half behind. Jackal is climbing up to 5th place. Deplorable Apple has moved into 11th. Silent Fox 213 and Cobracle are neck and neck for 16th. Abomzi is now in 2nd place. Nulavi and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 6th. Deplorable Apple has moved up to 10th. Sovi is gaining on Nulavi, closing the gap by a second and a third. Gina Jones and Sovi are nose to tail for 8th place. Figureta Sport and Rob Swizzle are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Gina Jones and Sovi are nose to nose for 8th place. Figureta Sport just nudged up to 12th, and Rob Swizzle is right behind him, fighting for the same spot. Nulavi is closing in on Scott Dixon with a 1.5 second gap. They are battling for 6th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 6th. Sylvie is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Gina Jones just made a small step forward into 6th place. Deplorable Apple is closing in on Nulavi, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Figureta Sport is climbing up to 11th place. Sylvie and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Hinglemy Kringleberry just gained 1 spot, now in 14th. Coverkill also moved up 1 spot, now in 15th. Muffer Life is closing in on Figure 8 Sport fast. Just 5.4 seconds behind now. Gina Jones has climbed up to 5th place. Sovi has also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win at Monza Vintage Road. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to me for winning. I knew I had it in me. As for the prizes, I'll be claiming that gorgeous 1995 Lamborghini Diablo 50 retro street cars just got a whole lot cooler. And Gina, you did an amazing job with those overtakes. You're claiming that sleek 1996 Porsche 91199 3T22. Well deserved. This race was nothing short of electrifying. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. And Apergusa has a mix of high-speed turns and technical sections that really test a car's agility. A car that can stick to the road and maneuver smoothly through those curves would have the edge. Speed is important, but the ability to maintain control and stay quick through the turns will make all the difference. Hey Gilda Kofagi, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you're still here, ready to watch some incredible AI cars race around in style. Hope you're ready for some high-speed action. Alright everyone, if you want to send a car packing and remove it from the race, just type !remove followed by the number of the car you want to get rid of. For example, if you want to remove car number 3, just type !remove 3. Easy as that. Let's see which cars you think don't stand a chance. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. If you want to snag some epic moments from the race, you can redeem your channel points for a screenshot during the race. Make sure to have your camera ready because all the best shots will be uploaded to our Instagram page. If you want to check out the latest highlights, or see if your screenshot made the cut, just type !Instagram in chat, and the bot will send you the link. Happy racing and screenshotting! Alright everyone. If you want to see your favorite car in the race, just type !race, followed by the number of the car you like, from the list on the left. If you're torn between a few options, no worries. Just send multiple !mark race commands for each of your picks, and one of those will be randomly chosen for the race. Remember, you need to type race for each choice you want to enter. So go ahead, pick your favorites and let's see which car reigns supreme. Alright folks, the clock is ticking and the thrill is about to begin. Make your picks fast before it's too late. You wouldn't want to miss out on the most electrifying AI race of the century. This is quite the matchup. The McLaren 600 LT is a modern, agile supercar with a lot of technological tricks up its sleeve. It's built for quick turns and sharp acceleration. On the other hand, the SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo is a beast from the mid-2000s, with some serious top-end speed. But it might struggle with the corners and the newer track layout. Given the track and cars, I'd lean slightly towards the McLaren, mainly because of its handling and modern aerodynamics. The Ultimate Aero might have the raw speed, but Enna Pergusa has some tricky curves that could favor the more nimble car. Who do you think has the edge? Alright everyone, this race was requested by me, so make sure to thank me later. We're kicking things off at the NA Pergusa track with modern supercars. Gina Jones is starting on pole in a 2007 SSAC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo. So buckle up because it's gonna be a wild ride. Gina Jones is leading the race with a strong start. Gilded Sarkophagi is holding second place, trying to keep up. Lady Gami is in third, but expect those positions to shuffle soon. Deplorable Apple is climbing up to third place. England McCringleberry is also making progress, now in ninth. Deplorably Apple and Gilded Sarcophagi are neck and neck for second place. Amy is climbing up to fourth. Lady Gami and Amy are also fighting hard for fourth. Sophie is climbing to 10th place. Whip 3 out 25 is now 11th. Jackal is pushing into 12th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Deplorably Apple just overtook someone to grab second place. Gilded Sarcophagi and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for that second spot. Wife is climbing up to fifth, inching closer to the top 5. Sophie is really having a rough time dropping back to 15. Gilded Sarcophagi and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for second place. Everlasting Apex is inching up to 8th, probably trying to catch the leaders. Scott Dixon has climbed to 6th place. Dixon and Move for Life are nose to nose for 5th. Maya has advanced to 11th and is fighting closely with Whitby out 25 for 10th. Lady Gami is climbing up to 6th place. Everlasting Apex is also moving up to 7th. Scott Dixon and Everlasting Apex are nose to tail for 7th. Everlasting Apex advances to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Jackal and Whip 3 out 25 are nose to nose for 11th. Larachay and Jackal are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Gilded Sarcophagi and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Sophie is making a move to 14th. Maya is closing in on the top 10, climbing one spot to 9. Amy just overtook someone to grab third place. Whip 3out25 is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang Shelby S. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady, but no sign of overtaking anyone yet. Jackal and Whip 3out25 are neck and neck for 11th place. Sylvie is closing in on Laura Shai, cutting the gap by over a second. Whip 3out25 is trying to hold off Jackal, but Jackal is closing in fast. Looks like a fun fight for that 11th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2019 McLaren 600 LT. They're currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 55 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Sylvie is on the move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Everlasting Apex and New for Life are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a battle to the finish. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 5th place. Sylvie is also moving up to 10th. Lady Gammy and Sylvie are nose to nose for 10th. Lyrache is on a roll, climbing through the field and now in 1st place. Gina Jones is right behind her, and they are nose to tail in a fierce fight for the lead. Gina Jones is now in 1st place. Deplora Blakepool has moved up to 2nd. Amy is climbing into 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are shifting around nicely. Everlasting Apex just overtook someone to move into 5th place. No. Is right behind trying to squeeze into that spot as well. Looks like a close fight for 5th place. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the quicker acceleration of the Ariel Atom, and the smaller cars like the Gallardo. The bigger cars are struggling to keep up on the twisty sections. Maya is driving a 2007 SSE Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo, starting from the 15th position. She's currently in 8th place, so she's gained some ground. Her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so she's holding a decent pace. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Sylvie moved up 1 spot to 9th. Jackal is gaining on Platigami, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Maya is climbing fast into 4th place. Platigami is making a move into 10th. Jackal is also advancing into 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Buckyboard is closing in on Whip 3out25 fast, cutting the gap by 7.2 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Gina Jones is leading the race with a 2007 SSE Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo, which is known for its incredible top speed and acceleration. She's been dominating from the start and currently holds the fastest lap time. So it looks like she's got this race under control. Sophie just snuck into 8th place. Looks like the battle for 7th between Sophie and Nuwa for life is heating up. Buckybird is climbing to 14th, inching closer to the pack. Lady Gammy's closing in on Jackal fast, cutting the gap by 13.7 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing 2 spots to take 7th place. Jackal is also moving up 2 spots to 9. Deplorably Apple is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Whip3 out 25 is closing the gap on Platigami, chipping away at it by nearly 3 seconds. Buckybird has climbed up to 12, making some moves. New for Life just slipped past 4 cars and is now in 9th place. Amy has climbed 1 spot to 2nd. Gilded's Akofagi has also gained 1 position and is now 3rd. Jackal is climbing fast into 8th place. Lady Gammy is sneaking into 10th. Whip3 out 25 is inching into 11th. The race is heating up. Buckybird advances to 12th place. Lyrache also moves up to 13th place. Buckybird is driving a 1999 Mercedes-Benz C LKGT R, a rare and iconic supercar. Their race seems steady but slow, sitting in the 13th spot and trailing quite a bit behind the leaders. Maya is now right behind Gilded Sarcophagi, just a car length away. Zoe has overtaken someone and is now in 6th. Lyrache is gaining on Buckybird, the gap shrinking fast. Gilded's Akofagi is now in the lead, leaving the pack behind. Sovi is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by over a second. They are nose to tail for 5th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Zoe just made a bold move to 3rd place. Maya is closing in on 2nd. Everlasting Apex is holding on to 4th, but not for long if this pace keeps up. The battle for 3rd between Zoe and Everlasting Apex is heating up. Zoe is gaining on Maya, quickly closing the gap by over a second. Jackal has climbed 2 places to sit in 6th. Gina Jones has also moved up 2 spots, now in 7th. Jackal is driving a 2009 Aston Martin 177, a rare and luxurious supercar. Their race looks steady in 6th place, staying close but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. New for Life is currently in 15th place and a bit behind Amy, who is in 9th. Looks like Amy has the edge for now, but with 7 laps to go, anything can happen. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Whip3 out 25 and Platigami are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a close one. With 3 out 25. Just nudged into the top 10. Lady Gami is right behind, so this could get interesting. Amy is driving a 2007 SS Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo, starting in 6th place. She's currently in 9th, making some progress but still behind the leaders. Her fastest lap is 150.572. Everlasting Apex is in 4th place with a McLaren 600 LT. Their fastest lap is nearly 2 seconds slower than the leader, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Ingemar Kringleberry is driving a 2019 McLaren 600 LT. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, just a bit behind the leaders. Not much action happening yet, but they're staying consistent. Maya is right behind Gilded Sarcophagy now, closing in fast. Scott Dixon is gaining on Everlasting Apex, but Gina Jones is catching up to Scott Dixon at a slightly quicker pace. Maya is right behind Gilded Sarcophagy now, closing the distance rapidly. Le Rocher is gaining on Buckybird, the gap shrinking steadily. Scott Dixon is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place. Gina Jones is also making moves, now in 3rd. Deplorably, Apple is closing in on Jackal, shrinking the gap significantly. They're locked in a tight fight for 7th. Jackal is making a strong push into 4th place. Deplorable Apple is right behind him in 5th. Amy is closing in on the top 5 as well. The race is heating up. Amy is driving a 2007 SE Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo, the same model as Maya but slightly behind in the standings. She's holding her position well but hasn't been able to close the gap to the leader. Deplorably Paul is climbing to 4th place. Amy is closing in on Jackal fast, just over 2 seconds behind. Buckybird is making a move up to 11th. Maya is currently in 7th place. Amy and Jackal are still battling for 5th. Dovi is closing in on Platigami, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi is leading in a 2019 Dallara Stradale, which is known for its lightweight design and sharp handling. Their race looks smooth so far, maintaining a solid gap at the front. Gina Jones is advancing to 2nd place. Deplorably Apple is climbing to 3rd. Amy is making a move up to 4th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up the grid. New for Life is cutting down the distance to Le Rocher, closing the gap by nearly 1.5 seconds. Lady Gami is climbing to 7th place. Sylvie is now 8th. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Le Rocher is in the 13th position, driving a 2012 Rough CT R3T. She's holding steady with a decent lap time of 1:50.792, but needs to pick up the pace to climb higher. Gina Jones is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Maya is catching up to Jackal with a 1-second improvement. Sophie is narrowing the distance to Platigami by 250 seconds. Platigami is driving a 23 Lamborghini Gallardo. They're currently in 8th place and their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Platigami is climbing up to 7th place. Scott Dixon is now in 8th. Everlasting Apex has moved into 9. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Buckyboard is gaining fast on Sophie, closing the gap by 17.1 seconds. Scott Dixon is creeping up on Platigami, just 1.1 seconds behind. Whip 3 out. Whippy 5 is making a move on Buckybird, closing in by 2.9 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi. The gap shrinks by 1.3 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on Platigami, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Sophie is catching Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in 1st place. Gilded Sarcophagi and Gina are still nose to nose for the top spot. Scott Dixon is closing in on Platigami, cutting the gap by a full second. Gilded Sarcophagi is now in 1st place. Maya is gaining on Jackal and has cut the gap by 1.42 seconds. Scott Dixon is also closing in on Platigami, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Sophie is driving a 2008 Ariel Atom 500. They're currently in 11th place, and their fastest lap is 1:49.202, which is the quickest among all racers so far. Looks like Sophie is pushing hard and making some good moves. Scott Dixon is gaining on Platigami, closing the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is hot on Buckybird's tail, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Sophie is holding the fastest lap, but he's stuck in 11th. Looks like he's just trying to stay out of trouble and maybe sneak a late move. Amy is in 6th place and gaining ground, but Move for Life is a bit behind in 14th. Looks like Amy has the edge for now. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Sophie is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi is leading in a 2019 Dallara Stradale, which is known for its lightweight design and sharp handling. Looks like they're holding a solid pace and maintaining the lead comfortably. Sophie is driving an Ariel Atom 500, known for its lightweight and raw power. They're currently in 11th place, holding a fast lap of 1:49.202, which is the quickest among all races so far. Looks like Sovi is making some aggressive moves. Everlasting Apex just climbed one spot to 8th place. Sovi and Platigami are nose to nose for 9. With 3 out 25 is inching closer to Buckybird, closing the gap by a second and a half. Gina Jones is chipping away at Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap by 1/30 seconds. Sovi is climbing up to 9th place, leaving someone behind. Gina Jones just took the lead, pushing Gilded Sarcophagi to 2nd. The fight for 1st is heating up. Amy is closing the gap on Deplorable Apple, now just over a second behind. Gilded Sarcophagi is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya is closing in on Jackal, and has cut the gap by over a second. Zoe has climbed up to 8th place. The modern street cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners favor the more agile cars like Sovi's Ariel Atom. The top contenders are mostly staying close, but the track's complexity is definitely shaking up overtakes. Jackal is racing a 2009 Aston Martin 177, known for its luxury and power. They're currently in 6th place, quite a climb from their starting position at 13. Looks like they're making some progress but still have some ground to catch up. Hingle McCringleberry is rapidly catching Lyra Shy, the gap shrinking by over 12 seconds. Deplorable is inching closer to Gina Jones, closing the distance by a small but steady 1.5 seconds. Sovi is making a move on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by just 1 second. Congratulations to Gilded Sarcophagi on winning the race. Clearly, their shiny strategy paid off. Congratulations to Gilded Sarcophagi for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. You really earned that victory. Well done. Now, on to the car claiming news. Sovi You snagged the fastest lap, so you get to take home that sleek 2008 Ariel Atom 500. I bet you're going to have a lot of fun with that one. Amy, you won the bet race, so the 2007 SS Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo is all yours. Hope you enjoy that speed machine. And Maya, you were the master of overtakes today. That's quite the achievement. So you also claim a 27.7 SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo. Looks like you'll be racing in style soon enough.